They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. This is Amrita Sharma bringing you the live streaming of Healing Our Earth. In our episodes, we try to bring to you education, entertainment, and all different topics from different walks of life, inviting various experts, students, and people from diverse backgrounds who talk about their expertise and their experiences and also share joy, wellness, happiness, and harmony all over. And today we look forward to another beautiful episode that will be accompanied by a very dynamic and important topic of today, which is organ donation, for which we have various experts from the stream of organ donation. We'll be shortly talking to them as well, and also sharing experiences of people who have donated organs, who are organ donors, who have received, and some medical experts who have their knowledge and experience to share with us on this journey of organ donation episode. Before we start, let's begin with a short mantra. And my favorite mantra of today is Gayatri Mantra. You may hold any that you like. Mantras give the energy and reverberate all the spiritual vibes inside a human being. And that is why these mantras, whichever language they are the song of life. So let's put together the song of life and chant Om. Om Purna Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. With these words of peace that we chant for the body, mind, and soul, let's inspire ourselves and also educate ourselves and people to know how important in today's life is to save each other's life. Everyone has a right to live on this earth, and therefore we get a good opportunity to do a good karma and a good deed before we die. And for that, we have various experts and various field people who have been working tremendously for educating people in this field of organ donation. We do a lot of things by spending our wealth, donating wealth, or helping people, but this humble help of donating an organ can be a great help of giving life to someone who just needs few seconds, a little heart to beat from your side. So with this initiative, as well as a lesson and just a sharing of my thought, I would like to invite Kirit Mistry from United Kingdom, who is the president and HOE of Midlands and Saha Group. So let's welcome Kirit ji. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Namritaji, Amritaji. Thank you for the invitation, and it's really good to connect with you and get your support on this important topic. So, and again, thanks to Neil Kumar for giving us. We just finished Organ Donation Week here in the UK last week, so this is a great opportunity to bring the message of organ donation globally to our brothers and sisters around the globe. And who better today? We have a great team of people who I've been fortunate to connect with through the journey for the last 12 years of what I've been doing here in the UK and globally now in terms of raising awareness of organ donation and spreading the message of organ donation is a gift of life. And I think what I'm really, it's good. So we've got a number of, we've set up the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, which was the first, to my knowledge, was set up in 2022. And that was, the main spearhead of that initiative was, Anil Srivastava, who was the past president, who actually, again, fortunately, I met him. He came to Leicester. He was driving around the world, raising awareness of organ donation. And he happened to come to Leicester, and then again met him in Newcastle at the World Transplant Games. So when he was brought the idea of a cause-based club for Rotary, he was already a Rotarian. I was not a Rotarian at the time, but who better to set this cause-based club around organ donation. So that's how the club was established. And we have, throughout the day today, and we've got, prominent members of our club who are going to be sharing their expertise, sharing their personal journeys about donation, or whether they're a transplant or whether they are, a donor, but also, we've been raising awareness within the Dharma as well, within various religions. So we've created, you can't see it, but at the back of me, there's a number of banners. We've created a Hindu Embrace Organ Donation campaign, a Muslim Embrace Organ Donation campaign, and a Sikh Embrace Organ Donation campaign. The reason why was because the challenges I was facing when I was going out into the community to get people to be more aware of organ donation, but also to get them to realize the importance. I was coming up with a barrier of religion. People were using religion, culture as an excuse. So we had to kind of dive deep into our Gita in the Quran and also in the Guru Granth Sahib to see where does it say that we can't donate. And for us, from a Hindu, Dan is the most greatest thing that we can do is donate, but we also give selflessly. So and all of the other religions have the same kind of ethos of seva and giving selflessly as well. So I think the journey for me has been very inspiring, because as I meet people who you're going to see today, who have had given their loved ones, they've saved their loved one's life by giving them a living kidney, or they've actually donated, or registered their wishes and their pledges to ensure that when they do go, they will have their organs saved and help save lives. So, and again, in the UK, we still have this, we are now have a system where we are automatically going to be organ donors, but that's something that came in 2020. But we still, a lot of the community still don't know that we are now going to be donors. So we are having those conversations, because your next of kin or your loved one or your family can still override your decisions and your wishes. So that's kind of the powerful message that we're trying to get out here in the UK. And Amrita, the work from ours, I founded South Asian Health Action, again, to get the patient, the community voice into talking to the government, talking to various stakeholders who actually, where the voices were missing. And it's just great that, people are now wanting to work with South Asian Health Action to try and ensure that we get the right voices. And who better are the people who are going through that lived experience of facing that difficult journey, whether it's through diabetes, whether it's through kidney disease, cancer, mental health. And some of these topics are very taboo within our community. So we really need to ensure that we have those conversations, because if it's only by having those conversations, we can understand and find what are the fears behind the people who don't want to talk about it. What are the fears, and how do we get a solution behind that? So I think that's kind of what our work is about, and all of us can play a really important role in doing that.
Yeah, I agree. And I find basically that we all are Xerox copies of each other, and it is very important to think about that. Your heart and my heart and everybody's heart is equal, and that is why your liver, my liver, and everybody's liver is equal. So it just doesn't make any difference whatever caste you are, whatever creed you are, which place you belong to. Never has made a difference, because all of us are red-blooded. So we have, I think, Dr. Lalit Soda, who is coming live, and I would like to welcome him. He's our regular contributor and a healing anchor and a chiropractor as well. So global namaste, Dr. Lalit.
A global namaste to you, Dr. Amrita. So nice to see you here at on Healing Our Earth. I know we've met a couple of times, but it's nice to see you, and a global namaste to all the viewers.
Global namaste. And I think we have Neil Kumar. Neil Kumar has something to say. Neil Kumar, your comments, please.
A global namaste, Lalit. Thank you for coming live in London. You are at the sports tournament there. Lalit, if you can make your camera landscape, fantastic, superb. Now we can see very clearly. So Lalit, tell us what's happening there and show us around and show the ground to us.
Okay, so let me show you the grounds first, which are empty today because all the sporting events took place yesterday.
Yes.
So you can see the field is quite nice and green and not occupied right now. But what there is apparently happening today is the Antakshari event, which there is 6 groups. I'll try and peek into the rooms, but I have
Yes.
to be a bit quiet about it because they're all performing there, singing. But I'm going to show you and keep quiet how the Antakshari is taking place.
So Lalit, before you go in
Yes.
case there is any music being played because of copyright, we have to be careful. So just show it without opening the door, what's happening. So yesterday we had sports tournament. Sports is very healthy because if you are fit and mobile, that actually helps you being healthy. And Antakshi is also good because it brings good mood and keeps you feeling happy. So how many people did we have yesterday?
Yesterday, there was an excess of about 200 people, 225 people, I believe. There were matches like football, there was table tennis, there was snooker, there was rounders, and there was carom. So
Wow.
nice, interesting sports that took place yesterday.
And which community organized this?
Yeah, so this is organized by the Lohana community of United Kingdom, and that is all the Lohanas from all over. In fact, the champions for the table tennis yesterday were from Wellingborough, and
Wow.
they were so amazing. They came from north, from the south, and east and west, everywhere. So it had a good turnout with participants. And at the end of the sports, which is obviously physically very healthy, they had a mentally relaxing evening, which was a Mehfil night, which was
Wow.
also very nice.
And for those people who don't know, Lohanas were one of the first community in 1977, which organized international sports competition in Coventry. I know because I was the main anchor and the host there. And it goes back literally nearly 50 years back. So it's what a wonderful thing. And the outreach to other communities as well. So they're a very good example for other community. And it was a national, it wasn't just London-wide, Lalit. And of course, you were there because you were helping, you were also anchoring as well, and you sent some private reports. So Lalit, right now, they're enjoying and culminating into this fun Antakshari time. Maybe if you just peep in from the door, let's see what's happening.
Okay, so I can go in. There is no music as such being played, but participants are playing.
Please go ahead. Yes.
So let me show you the teams and let me show you around a bit. Yeah.
That's awesome. So we like to remind people on this health day. Yes.
There's still opportunity today for it's in the water. Okay, come to Team Devani.
Yeah, that's
And
lovely.
you've got Priya, Jadian, and Rama.
I think
So they have wonderful 6 teams, 5 participants in each team. They have got professional judges who are judging it. They have got a professional MC who I would say who's conducting the Antakshari event, and it's very well done. One of the nicest events of Antakshari that I have seen in person. So yeah, credit goes to all these happy bunnies over here.
And Lalit, you are of course one of the also guide for them because, you know, apart from being a chiropractor and a Healing Our Earth anchor and a reporter, you also nurture and coach people. So what an excellent job you are doing. Lalit, just before we let you go, and maybe you can come a bit later, say about 3:30 time when we've got question answer, report to us who is winning, what they are doing. And this is all very good for health, meeting, community, keeping them mobile. Lalit, before you go, what are your 5 tips for keeping healthy?
Well, I'll tell you one. One thing is definitely while I'm here, I'll say singing, because singing is very, very therapeutic. And you can see how relaxed people are over here. So number 1, get your mind entertained. Number 2, a good amount of sleep. Sleep is so vital, which I'm deprived of currently, and I know how much it helps in health. So number 2, sleep. Number 3 is daily walking. Get those muscles used, get those joints used. What you don't use, you lose. So keep walking. And number 4, I will say, is daily intake of good nutrition. Good food. Your food is your fuel for your life, for your body. So absolutely nutritious food. We're not in a nutrition class, so I'm not going to give you what to eat, what not to eat, but absolutely good nutrition is important. And number 5, as a chiropractor, I will say always get your spine aligned. Because if your spine is moving in good health, then your body is functioning in good health and you're achieving optimal health and wellness. So those are my 5 tips.
And Lalit, just to please you, I straightened myself up as soon as you said, put your spine up. And I love what you say about singing, because why we have our Dr. Amrita, she's a singing anchor for us as well. But
Yes.
Lalit, you said important bit about nutrition. So my coaching to everybody is very simple. Don't live to eat, eat to live, and eat like medicine. Lalit, thank you very much. We'll see
Thank
you
you
back
very
again. Give our best wishes to the whole committee and all the competition, and tell them we might go live on Healing Our Earth again. Thank you, Lalit.
Most definitely. And a global namaste to all of you.
Thank
Global
you, Lalit.
namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, well, that was wonderful. That was our ever smiling Lalit Soda, who is our anchor over there. So Kirit, let's come back to you. Amrita, Kirit mentioned something very useful, that the organ donation was not restricted to just a particular faith. It is a right for every faith, every gender, every human being that is born on this earth has got equal right. So Kirit, well done. Well done for leading multi-faith. Well done for being compassionate to not ignore the others. So you're doing a wonderful job. Lalit, tell me something. And shortly when we bring Mr. Lal from India, who has lived for organ donation the last few years, and he does it with love. Coming back to statistics, are the Asian community very willing to donate their organ?
Yeah, so that's the message we're currently seeing, a slight increase. But if we look at people needing organs on the current waiting list, it's still not, it's relatively very poor in terms of people coming forward either when they die and having organs available. And even sometimes if somebody is needing a living transplant, kidney or a liver, the challenges with the health conditions our communities face, they're not able to come forward. But you touched upon an important point about faith and religion, and my conversations with anyone is let's put religion to one side for 1 minute. You have 30 minutes to live, or your loved one, you need this organ, will you take it? And they say, yes, we'll take it. So I said, well, somebody's had to die to give you that organ. So you also need to think about, if you're willing to take, then also think about making your wishes and pledges known and become a donor. And, you know, one thing important that the experts will talk later, both doctors, but in only certain circumstances, we can donate our organs. You know, so they will talk about that. But our kind of main message is if you're going to take, think about donating, and also you're giving a gift of life. One donor can save up to 9 lives. You know, so that's the kind of message throughout this program. And Lalit Bhai talked a real good thing about nutrition. You'll see what the changes that all of the recipients and the donors have had to make once they've had that, given that second lease of life, to ensure that their kidneys or their liver stay, you know, healthy. So you'll hear that expertly from our recipients and donors who are coming later.
And Kirit, you said that one donor can save 9 lives. And let me expand on that. One donor can save several tens of lives, because if that donor is a community leader, if he's the head of a family, look at the impact that their survival can make to the whole family. So just one person can make a lot of difference. And as you say, that yes, because when something happens to you, then it doesn't matter whether it's a sweeper who takes you to the hospital, if it's somebody of a different age or caste takes you, because they've saved your life. At that time, we are vulnerable and we accept every situation. Well, as a human being, why not accept each other on a mankind basis and love thy neighbor and love everybody? Dr. Amrita, what do you have to say what Kirit said before we move on to Mr. Lal, who has got statistics and a lot of experience in this?
Yeah, in fact, Kiritji explained a very well and a very good point on all these things. There are a lot of apprehensions people hold and a lot of belief systems which are coming from nowhere, but has an existence among a community. And that can only be removed when we are educating people, when we are talking about it, when our children talk about it, and then they explain to their elders, their grandparents and parents how important it is and how versatile and a very noble thing it is to donate this organ. And as you said, Neil Kumar, it's if somebody like that is a community leader, he will be inspiring so many people, and so many communities will help in exchanging a very beautiful thing that can save so many people's lives, in fact. And I think personally, not only this will also increase an awareness among people to stay healthy. So healthy life is one of the very important cores, because they will think about themselves to stay healthy, because they are in a position to do something noble. So that is in fact a two-way situation, which is helping people to give them help and inspire them to stay healthy, not for just themselves, but for others, their family members, their friends, and their near dear ones whom they always love and will be loving.
Very eloquently put, Dr. Sharma. It was so beautiful. And as you mentioned, that healthy life. And this is what Healing Our Earth is now embarking from next April, called Summit Mauritius April 2024, which is a festival that is going to propagate healthy life right through from unborn children, where the mothers are conceiving, to the moment where they become adult. And of course, Kirit, who is here from Midlands in UK, and Mr. Lal, who is the next person will be coming, they're part of that team where they will propagate organ donation in a big way. So healthy life is a crux of a matter. Kirit, before we call Mr. Lal, you are there in Midlands, and you are not just for organ donation. That just happens because you are the chair for the Rotary in that area at the moment. But you also bring other South Asian health awareness, which is so beautiful. And of course, I know you for a long time now, and you do a lot of outreach. And coming back to general health of the South Asian community, which is very vociferous here in UK, how would you rate them from a health point of view overall compared to the indigenous population?
So, as you quite rightly put, if we look at diabetes, not just in the UK, but in India, that's becoming a pandemic. And that's going to be one of the key areas that we also currently support and work on to try and educate better around management. Then we go on to kidney disease, where we've talked what today's topic's about. And if we go through dialysis units across England, you'll see the majority of makeup will be from, South Asian, or even from a Black African community as well. And then if we now then move on to cancer, because that's one of the areas that we're focusing on at the moment, around getting people to make sure that they take up their screening and early diagnosis. We're seeing, again, a lot of our communities through miscommunication or not understanding when they should be called for a screening. So we've got to get them to be more proactive. And that's one of our key flagship projects at the moment, working with the NHS. We've got a number of cancer connectors who actually have got that lived experience, who are now going out into the community. And then mental health. Next week, we've got World Mental Health. But again, that's another taboo, but we need to be ensuring that mental health cuts across all of these long-term conditions. If you're waiting for a transplant, your mental health is going to be impacted on. If you're having diabetes and it's poorly controlled, your mental health. And similarly with once you get a diagnosis, then it's how you help get that support for your mental health. And finally, Amrita, what I wanted to say is that you mentioned children, youth, etc. It's great that the Rotary is a great movement to be able to do that. And one of our secretary at the moment, she's also a director of our youth service, Dr. Ashna in Delhi. She's actually created, a youth organ donation awareness program with schools. So, and that's where we need to do, because if the children go home and talk to their families and encourage their parents to say, why don't you want to donate? Or, do you know that the law has changed? They will be able to plant the seeds, and that's what we need more of. So thank you for raising that great point as well.
And Kirit, I very much agree that if we can educate children, and that's what Healing Our Earth now proposes to Ministry of Health, Ministry of Arts and Culture, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Environment, that let us go and propagate children's mind for healthy way of living, for they can influence parents, elders, grandparents, and community. And by the time they become the stalwarts, they will make sure that overall influence is healthy as well, because some may become doctors, some may become politicians, some may become media experts. And this is the way to go now. And I'm glad that most of the people in the globe has agreed. So that's what we are embarking on. And it's very important that we cannot ignore children. And if children were diagnosed for any requirement, whether it's cancer or organ, the younger they are, the faster you treat them, because they suffer lesser like for like than an adult, because adult asks questions and it's got this problem. Children just feel that they are unwell and they need to be treated. So they really treat well and they treat faster. Kirit, I think it's a good time, Amrita and Kirit, let's bring our Lal Goyal from India, who just flew in and made sure that he was at the table before we start, which dedication that he has. So Kirit, you can go and introduce Lalji, you know him quite well, and a global namaste, Lalji, over to all of you. Thank you.
Global namaste.
Namaste, Lalji. Well, welcome to this program. And again, very privileged to have met you in the UK, you know, when you were doing your visit a month ago. And to learn, when I learned about the work you're doing, particularly around your Organ Donation Foundation in India that you set up, but also your passion around your own personal journey about your own, organ donation, and what's driving you. So, and now it's great that you've established the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. I think where the more Rotary clubs that take organ donation will help us achieve our mission for our club, which is no one should die while waiting for an organ. And that's the message that we could, cascade around. And I'm really glad to hear that your club is set up, and we need to then educate and help others to set up. And my mission at the moment in the UK through the next 12 months of my presidency for our club is to establish 4 satellite clubs, 1 for England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. So that way, hopefully, every Rotary club in UK will start talking about organ donation and start raising awareness. So thank you for joining us. Just tell us a bit about your journey, and introduce to the viewers who have joined in today about yourself. Let's get to know you a bit more.
Okay, global namaste to all our viewers. First of all, I would like to thank the Mr. Neil Kumar, as well as the Healing Our Earth, as well as I would like to thank Dr. Amrita Sharma, my friend, Rotarian Kirit, and all other panelists who are there today. I must give special thanks to Rotarian Anil as well as Rotarian Kirit to inspire me to form a Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. And today's topic is healthy life, including organ donation. First of all, what Rotarian Kirit has mentioned, I think he has elaborately mentioned all the things, what is happening in UK, and what are the ground reality there, and how they are working. Because I visited UK last month, and I am fortunate that Rotarian Kirit has invited me for 2 events, one for the Rotary Club of Leicester, as well as one for the UK Hindu Council at South Hall. And in both the events, we found that the people are interested to come forward. The only thing is the lack of awareness and lack of proper organizations or the platforms. I'm sure the efforts which Rotarian Kirit is doing in UK will definitely show the way how the Asian participants will be more, participation will be more as in the organ donation. And I'm sure that nobody will have any grudges about the Asians, because with the awareness what Rotarian Kirit is doing there. Excellent work. Now, coming to my journey, I will say that it started from London only. 7 years back, I had a massive heart attack, and I was admitted. I was in London, and I was admitted in the night, 2:30 a.m. at King's Hospital, London, where I was just saved because the window was for 2 hours. I had a 100% LED block, LCD block. And that's why I decided to give something back to the society. And my Organ Donation India Foundation was formed. In last 7 years, I have started creating lots of awareness, going colleges, as Rotarian Kirit mentioned, to schools, to medical colleges, and wherever I can go, to paramilitary forces, CISF, etc., etc. But I found that problem is very clear. So many myths are there. Although Rotarian Kirit mentioned about the religion, yes, no religion says no to organ donation. But still, we are in India, when I talk, where lots of religions, heads, I will not name them, they openly criticize organ donation. Now, why when we are talking about India, I will just give one figure. More than 5 lakh people are dying every year in India for want of organs. This is not my figure. This is a figure of NATO, that is National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, set up by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India, Government of India.
So,
Now,
Mr. Lal, 5 lakh, let's tell the viewers, you are saying 500,000 people, is that right?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you.
So,
Please go ahead.
500,000 people works out to be 1,500 people every day. Or in other words, one person is dying every minute in India for want of organ. So if today's program is for 180 minutes, about 180 people will be leaving this world for want of organ. And if we compare the same thing with UK, the data which I can quote, which I'm thankful to Rotarian Kirit to provide me all the data on UK, which is approximately 430 or 432 last year who lost their lives because for want of organ. But the question comes, whenever I say, people say, oh, UK is 20 times less populated than India. Okay, multiply 20 with 432, it is not even 10,000. So why it is so? Why it is such a high mortality in India? This is lack of awareness, myths, etc. And because of the laws, because here we are having opt-in system, and that too, where it's a voluntary. And voluntary in the sense that if I have registered, which I already registered as an organ donor, tomorrow, if anything happened with me, I declared brain death, whatsoever, being a crusader, talking for last 7 years about organ donation, if at that juncture, my family, my wife, my children, or my brothers, or anyone close say no, then the government or the medical fraternity cannot take out my organs. So this is where we are planning. We are trying our best to change. Like in UK, they have changed to opt-out system from May 2020, and their results, the mortality rate is going down. I'm sure the better sense will prevail to the government of India, and they will also try to take the best of the opt-in and opt-out system and change the regulation. Now, as far as the why Rotary Club of Organ Donation International was formed, which was formed recently because of the inspiration by Rotarian Anil and Rotarian Kirit. When I visited USA and UK, I found that many of the POI as well as NRIs wants to do something for this organ donation, but they are searching for a proper platform. And that's why, with the inspiration of these two veteran Rotarian, I formed this, and with the help of my friends and family. And today I can proudly say it in last, because I was just traveling, I was attending a zonal meeting at Agra of Rotary Zone 4, and there I succeeded in principle getting the approval for setting up 3 organ transplant centers, one at Agra, one at Mathura, and one at Noida. Because unfortunately in UP, Uttar Pradesh, there are not very few, if I will give the figure, even not more than 10 organ transplant centers in the entire Uttar Pradesh, which is having a population of about 24 crores. I think that 24 crores, Mr. Neil Kumar will translate how many thousands or how many millions, but this is the figure of Uttar Pradesh. Similar figure, if I will compare with New Jersey, which is a state of USA, they have 50 retrieval centers and 9 transplant centers. and the population of New Jersey state is 900,000 only. So compare with 900,000 population with 24 crores, which works out to be, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2,400 million people in Uttar Pradesh. So that's why we want to do, Mr. Neil Kumar asked me whether it's a walk to talk or walk on talk or walk to talk. I must say that we all are trying our best to show the results, because there are not a single organ transplant or even organ retrieval center in a city like Agra, which is famous for Taj Mahal, not a single organ even retrieval center in Mathura, which is famous for Lord Krishna, and there are few in Noida, but still they require more. So for Noida, so this we are doing. Plus, what we have done is we are making honorary Rotarians to those who are the living donors, and I'm happy to say that one of the living donor is today participating in your program, Miss Rupa Arora, who has donated her, I think, if I'm not mistaken, liver. Is it correct, Rupa Arora, or kidney? Can you just confirm?
It's a liver that.
Sorry.
Liver.
She has donated to her husband, Mr. P.K. Ratan, and we are going to, because we got the charter recently. In the next meeting, we are confirming that Ms. Rupa Arora as the honorary Rotarian, so that she will be also participating and become the brand ambassador, although they are already conveying here and there. So this is the idea of forming a Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. And I still feel that whosoever is participating or doing any work in our organ donation field, they are doing lots of good work. And before I will take questions, I would like to mention one very interesting development, or good development, I must say. The government of Tamil Nadu in the last week decided and declared that all those who have donated their organs, who have declared the brain death, their cremation will be done with full state honors. Now it means that they will be getting all the state honors from the government of Tamil Nadu if their family members decided to donate organs. This is a very, very welcome step, and I appeal to all the states and union territory as well as the union government of India to declare it as a national thing, so that people will come forward then when they know that the person, if they will decide to donate the organs of their brain death family member, they will be getting the state honor for the cremation as well as the afterwards. So thank you very much, and any questions, I'm open for you.
Thank you, Lalji, for your excellent input, and also you're not just a man of lot of knowledge, but also your passion drives through everything you do. And I know, when we reach out to you for any support, you're always there to find and network people to that. So one question I wanted to really pose to you is we've got viewers from around the world. So what would be one message that you encourage the donation to then take your message and pass that to others to ensure that we do save lives? What would be your inspirational message that you want to give to our viewers?
Okay, we are not God, but God has given us the power to save up to 9 lives and improvise up to 75 lives. So just imagine, even sometimes or many times, doctor also cannot help because if the organs are not available. But a lay person can help, can be a savior. So just imagine, whatsoever religion you believe, we are not God, but we have that power. Thank you, Rotarian Kirat, for asking such a nice question to me.
Amrita, did you have a question for Lalji?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I had been listening to you, Lalji, in so many episodes, and you are such a humble and diverse quality person that it gives a lot of, I can feel a lot of spiritual energy that comes inside you. So my question to you is that to prepare a patient and a family is the toughest thing, I think, in the whole stuff, to counsel them and to make them agree, because they think as if something is going to be lost if they give something, if they're near and dear ones. So what are the steps, or what are the general things that you talk to people that make them, that boost their confidence and that prepare them for donating an organ? Thank you.
Yeah, very nice question, Dr. Sharma. Why we are waiting at the time then that somebody is declared brain dead? Why not, as Mr. Neil Kumar as well as Rotarian Kirat has said, that why not educate them from the very beginning, when they are a child in 5th or 6th standard? Because I personally feel that if you educate a child when he is having of age of 10 years or 12 years, he is not only educated, but his entire family will be educated. Parents will be educated, thus the society will be educated, the entire country or the entire world will be educated. So once the education is there, and then if there's something happens at that crux of time, the coordinators who are available in all those transplant or retrieval centers, their job will be very easy. But it is very, very difficult if we are only talking at that time, because if they have not heard about the organ donation, they will definitely are going to resist. So the thing has to start from the very beginning, that there should be a curriculum. In the curriculum, there should be a small chapter or a small passage where we will start talking about organ donation from the 6th standard, increase the size of the chapter, increase the material more and more in the coming standards. So when, as Mr. Neil Kumar rightly says, when the person will be responsible, matured, adult, he or she will be knowing fully about the organ donation. Then it will be a very easy task for the coordinator, for the doctors, or for anyone or the NGOs to convince a person. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
nice.
Thank you, Mr. Lal. How nicely and succinctly put. Stay around because you still have some time with us over here. There's one statistics I want to ask you about India because we need to redress that, but we'll ask in a moment. Kate, Amrita, I think it's time to fly back to India again and go to Dr. Sudhakar, who is not only senior for what we want, but he has got lots of things lined up for us and to educate us. So Kirit, go ahead and introduce Dr. Sudhakar in India. Thank you. Over to you.
So yes, Global Namaste, Dr. Sudhakar, and I'm privileged to say that through our Rotary Club, we now connect globally, and online has been a great way to connect people like Dr. Sudhakar, who's basically a transplant surgeon working for the Manipal Hospital Group, and really he's been in this field for many years, and he works at the coalface, really helping patients, families to look at donation and stay. We wanted to kind of thank you for taking time, and also Dr. Sudhakar is going to be the next president of our Rotary Club. So he's president-elect for 24-25. So he's going to be taking the shoes, and really glad to have you on this program today. Over to you, Dr. Sudhakar. Just
namaste, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes,
You're very audible, Doctor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So basically, my work involves the counseling patients and taking them through the journey of transplant. And this is what I do day in and day out. And what I'm going to summarize in my 5-minute talk is, what do the patients expect from your doctor? I mean, the nephrologist is going to follow me after this, and he's going to talk to y'all about basically all the post-transplant care, as well as how the intricacies of transplant. But my work as a transplant surgeon is to motivate the patient and to tell the patient about the transplant. This is what I do most of the days, and take part in the surgery. So when a patient comes to me, he has very many apprehensions, and and my duty is to allay all these fears and to take him through the process of transplant. So first of all, we need a healthy transplant recipient, meaning healthy, it's a sort of an anachronism, but both in a
I think we've lost you, Dr. Sudhakar.
And for this, the whole process starts much earlier. And we have a counseling session, and after the nephrologists have talked to them, and they really would like to meet the transplant team. And that's where we come in, and we talk to the patients and brief them about the entire transplant process and what happens during the surgery, what are the preparations done, how will the whole process of surgery be done, and we take them through that. And in fact, sometimes they interact with the other patients. And this really gives them, allays some of their fears, so they have very many questions. And we have a detailed consent form, which we make them read many times, and we go over it. This is not a generic consent form that is signed for by the patient. And they go through many steps of these, reading this, analyzing this, understanding this, and get to know more of the complications rather than anything else. So they are in an immunosuppressive state. So in order to accept the organs, I'm running through this very fast so that we can take many more questions from you all. And for this, because of this, they are more prone to infections. And how do we help them? We basically, the vaccination status should be up to mark, and maintain their nutritional status. And if they are overweight, at least we motivate them to reduce. Sometimes we tell them, come on, reduce even at least 500 grams or 100 grams. So this is the first step to exercise and achieve your goal, because post-operatively, that's the goal to achieve, because you're going to become new onset diabetes, which can kick in if they're not diabetic earlier. So this is a lifestyle change that they have to make if they're not already health conscious. So this is where we come in and motivate our patients, and also prepare them if in cases of failure, what happens. And that's another big hurdle that they have to cross. And it's not as in any other surgery or any other process. You do a procedure and you get a particular outcome, and the outcomes can be varied. And this is where it's unique, wherein a transplant recipient life is going to alter for the better, hopefully, but may not, and also put them through many challenges in life. So to make this session more interactive, I'm going to stop my talking, and I would want you all to ask me more questions. And in fact, I told Kirit that would be more interactive if we could talk. And for the next 10 minutes, we could take that questions.
So Dr. Sudhakar, welcome. This is Neil Kumar here from London.
Hi.
It's so wonderful to have that, the confidence in which you were speaking with. It's very important that when a patient when they see the surgeon, half the ailments go away because they have got that energy and a smile. I would like to ask you, how is India equipped for transplant organs?
Anilji, basically, India, there is a disparity between the cities and India being a vast country. There is a gross disparity of healthcare from the cities to the peripheries. Let's not take the villages.
Okay, we apologize. There is intermittent signal there. Doctor, if you can hear me now, if you just raise your hand.
I can hear you. I can hear
Okay, you are just
Yeah.
intermittent with the signal. So I agree with you. There is a big disparity between region, cities, and the zillas, which what we call in India.
Yeah.
The important bit is, I think people like you are required very much to propagate the politicians to improve the facilities and the requirement of health organ transplants, you know. So they are very important. And the nice
Yes,
thing
absolutely.
is, India,
Absolutely.
I think India
Absolutely.
medically, they are very good. You know, the Indian doctors are so good now. If they can be furnished with facilities and equipment, they can do wholesale performance. I know for the eye camps, India is one of the best in the world. The British and the American are only allowed to do 2 or 3. The Indians will go and work hard and do more and more. So I think we need to promote that education. Doctor, what are your views?
So basically, I would put it this way. As I said, it's very unique. Organ transplants are very, very unique in the sense that you mentioned about eye camps, and let's take it on for the cleft lip and cleft palate programs. In all this, there is a one-point agenda, and there is an endpoint which is most often very fruitful. But as far as organ transplants are concerned, not only do they have to get the organs, but they have to be on immunosuppressive drugs. It's a lifelong affair with the physician, with the whole process of interactions with the hospitals or with the government setup. Some states have provided free healthcare and also subsidized healthcare, and some organizations have also helped in and chipped in with the free transplants and also for immunosuppressive drugs. So basically, when we talk about healthcare delivery in India, it's very, very disproportionate. I'm not talking about the haves. I'm talking more about the have-nots. And we just said, I mean, it's gross to hear that one person dies per minute for want of an organ. It's not only for want of an organ, just a physical organ, but the means to get the organ, the funding, and all this goes on to, make a huge impact in India. So this is where, though the government can step in to some extent, all the other organizations. That's why
So then we got the signal back. Yeah, Dr. Sudhakar, stay around. Just we are getting cut off signals sometimes. Kirit, what a nice explanation. The doctor said that yes, we are on a move. We do require to standardize so that we have got good facilities almost in every state. And Mr. Lal, as you said, that a person dies very regularly, even while we are speaking, while we were on broadcast, we have had 2 or 3 people maybe gone. Dr. Sudhakar, we want your involvement even more, particularly in the summit Mauritius that will be global in the world, that is going to bring healthy life. It will be very useful. Our Kirit Mistry and Mr. Lal will be in touch with you to get guidance and prepare some blue and white papers for that. You will be very instrumental for that because you have got not just the experience of being a surgeon, you got the experience of what administrative problems are there and the facility problems. So they are very useful to make a whole paper. Kirit and Amrita and Lalbhai, over to you, whatever you want to ask. Over to you. Thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar. You have elaborately explained everything. My question, simple question to you is, what are the challenges as a transplant surgeon you are facing? As Dr. Amrita asked me about that at the time of brain death, how to convince the patient, that is a separate thing. But there are lots of challenges. Being a transplant surgeon, you might be also facing pre and post-operative. Can you just give some idea about that?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the technical aspects of it. That is, as a surgeon, I face every day. That is not going to be the thing. The 3 issues that which we are going to. First is the availability of the organs, which you are the one who are the prime motivator. And my following speaker, Lija, who's the head of the state of the state which I live, Karnataka. She's a prime motivator for organ donation and is in charge of the cadaver donation, organ donation program. So one is the availability of organs. It's a huge challenge. And second is funding for my patients. When I counsel, my part of my counseling, I have this very undignified duty of counseling my patients about the financial aspects of transplant. And I cannot shy away from it. Basically, because one, the transplant per se is expensive, as well as the medication. They have to, I did it into their head, and it is not a one-time with the whole surgical process. So this is what is a huge challenge for me day in and day out. I mean, to see when I sit in counseling with my patients, to see their faces, when they get crestfallen, they literally, I mean, the body language is that lack of money. And this is where the government can step in and sort of assist us. And though most of the work is being done in the private sector, if we get some assistance, everybody views the private sector. I work for a corporate group. Everybody views it as a money-making endeavor. Yes, it has to run, and that's how it works. But ultimately, when the whole health, process is delivered, it costs money. The whole thing is, if some subsidies come in, and it will really help us to carry this project forward. I call it as a project and my passion forward. And that's the, many of the projects Kirit is doing by setting up awareness. Now the funding will come in, and then donations will come in. Organ donations will come in. If these two aspects are met, then I think the purpose of, I see the logo behind you. The whole purpose of why we are here is achieved.
Dr. Sharma, do you want to ask Dr. Sudhakar a question?
Yeah, Global Namaste, Dr. Sudhakar. I have been listening to you for quite a while, and I would like to ask you, because from being a medical ground, what do you think is the success rate of post-operative care? Because I think surgery is one part, but post-operative care is another part. And for a transplant, it may vary from person to person. So how many days a person has to stay in a hospital after a transplant? So maybe
right. You've gone into the nitty-gritty of it, but anyway, I'll answer that. But basically, when I counsel my patients, I tell them, on an average, the recipient, the person who receives the organ, stays in the hospital for an average of 6 days. That is 2 days prior to the surgery, and then an average of 4 to 5 days. And each day we chart it out and how. This is for an uncomplicated surgery. And in fact, the whole, as in any other surgery, I'm going to be gross about it. And we say this is the only surgery where there is a financial package, where we say you stay this number of days, this is how. So this sort of minimizes the cost outlay for the patient. And they stay in for the average of 5 to 6 days. And one of the main...
I think we lost his connection.
Yeah. Down, up the stairs, and you're going, if you live even in a 10-story house, you're going to, and I can't, this is, they look at me in disbelief, what is this guy telling me? Now I'm going to, and I insist that they walk 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. And I tell them that you're not going to come in your pajamas or to see me in hospital. You're going to come properly showered, and basically gives them a lot of confidence and to know that this is a normal process and that they do not have to be isolated. Have I answered your question?
Yes, quite well. And what do you think that is the success rate due to the post-operative care? Because people don't have money. They make a very big effort to get the surgery done. They make a big effort financially to save the life of their near and dear one. But after that, the post-operative care that they have to do at home, or the guidances that they have to follow at home.
Exactly. Very valid question. when you say, I would split it into two parts. Immediate post-operative care, most of them, I mean, 99.5% of the patients would get the finances and would follow it meticulously. But after the post-op care, I mean, when you say post-op as far
Yeah, when you reach home. I think we lost his connection.
Yeah, Dr. Sudhakar's connection is intermittent. Dr. Sudhakar, we are very proud of you. If you can hear us, we are very proud of you. We want you to be part of our family forever now. Our Kirit Mistry and Lal Gohel will be in touch with you. And we want to have more knowledge and contacts and information so we can help the humanity. Once again, thank you very much to be part of Healing Our Earth family, and a global namaste to you.
Global namaste.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Sorry about the connection.
That was such a wonderful, wonderful outreach by Dr. Sudhakar, who has actually got hands-on experience, not just as a surgeon, because it's important. We have a lot of surgeons, but the surgeons are also facing difficulty because they need the tools, they need the equipment, they need the place, they need the awareness. So that will be very useful. And coming to that, our next guest, which is an add-on, because she is the chief coordinator for Kirit, I believe, for organ transplant. So I think it's a good time, Kirit, to introduce. And Dr. Amrita Sharma, I know you are in an event already, and maybe you might have to go. Maybe thank you at Healing Our Earth for being there all the time. And we need to announce the world that Dr. Amrita Sharma is the co-convener and the secretary for Summit Mauritius Festival 2024, which is going to be in Mauritius, where the governments and ministries will be involved. And this is done by Healing Our Earth. Dr. Amrita Sharma, very proud of you, and a global namaste to you too.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. And I would like to just add on Neil Kumar being the founder chairman of Healthy Life and Healing Our Earth. We all, both of us, with other family members of Healing Our Earth, invite all of you to join this mega fest, which is going to be held on 17th of April to 23rd of April. And before that, we are having loads of festivities with a lot of activities that promote healthy life. And we encourage each one of you to participate in this event and make the best out of it, so that we together make a life healthy and happy, empowering ourselves and the earth. Thank you so much. Global.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your support as always, and for giving us the time between your busy schedule. So now, thank you to the next speaker, and also a fellow Rotarian from our Rotary Club of Organ Donation, Lidmo. Thank you for joining us, and also great to have a transplant coordinator, and really interested to know more about your work. But also, I think we touched upon it earlier with Dr. Sudhakar. Your role is specifically around counselling the donors. So really like to know more about how you do that, and also what challenges you face. So thank you. Just give our listeners an introduction, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity which is given. And this is something which I love to do it on a daily basis. But the most difficult job, once you have achieved the counseling, and then when the family says yes for an organ donation, that is when all happiness arises. So we already have a list of recipients who is waiting for an organ for a very long time. That is one side of the coin. But at the same time, we need to increase the awareness program so that the families know that there is an option. Say yes for organ donation if anybody in their family met with an accident or anything happens, and then if they are declaring it a brain death, the family can actually consider organ donation as one of the options. So what is our job here in Karnataka is we approach the family. When we identify a potential donor family, we must have already had the rapport from the the ICU visit on a regular basis along with the treating team. So we already know that who is the family members, who are the near ones, dear ones, who is the extended family, all those things we already know. So, and then on a daily basis that we will be telling that what is the prognosis of the person to come back from the accident, or else, the daily prognosis that we are telling them. So it is not a surprise when we announce that the patient is not going to come back and this is the scenario. And then as a part of the end care life matters, that time we introduce the subject of organ donation. So we don't say that, okay, your patient is no more, and then ask for an organ donation. So as part of a decision making, that we just introduce the topic to them and then let them decide in their own family, like whether they have to consider for organ donation or not. So the most important things what we have to look into the factor when we are talking to the family about the loss of the loved ones is like when we are saying this, where we are saying this, and with whom we are discussing this. So if you are involving so many people, like the extended families and all, they will not be a right person to say yes for the organization. And also the next of kin already in the shock. So we have to take them to a counseling room. You shouldn't be saying all the things in the veranda or something like that. You need privacy. You need to explain the same thing again and again. The people will be asking so many questions. Like, we can see the heart beating. Why is that? Then why are you saying this, my person is dead? Are you lying to me? All those things. Maybe you would have answered all these questions in the previous day while we are, seeing the patient family during the ICU visits and all. But that doesn't matter. At the time of the organ donation thing, there are a lot of questions the family will be asking again and again. Don't lose patience. So you'll have to answer each and every question and then make the family understand. And what we generally do is like, we will ask questions, prompt them. Do you understand what we said? Do you have any more questions? What is your plan for the cremation? Have you thought about it? Like that, prompt with the simple questions. That is how that we can actually gain the trust of the family members. And also, most of the times that accident victims are men in the family, the sole breadwinner of the family. So who is going to take the decision for organ donation? Mostly it's the women. And in India, women are not very much empowered. If they say yes on behalf of their husband, or else on behalf of the father, or anybody, we need to be extra cautious to give extra support to the women who says yes to the organ donation, because there will be so many people who will be waiting to pounce on her saying that, no, who asked you to give the permission? Did he spoke about this kind of organ donation will when he was alive? These are the questions that we see. And always remember to identify who is the decision maker in the family. So always include that person as actually the witness to whatever the next of kin is going to say. So if we have the major decision maker and the next of kin saying yes to organ donation, definitely it will be a yes for organ donation. And also, like I said, it is not in the end moment that we are going to say that your person is no more. We are priming the person right from the beginning, saying that prognosis is poor, we are not going to get back the person, and stuff like that. And also promise the family that the entire thing will be taken care by the hospital. And here in Karnataka, the government body is taking care of the end-to-end activity. The moment the family says yes to the organ donation, the entire thing will be taken care by the government body, including the postmortem. Postmortem is also done in the donor hospital. So earlier what we used to do is like postmortem to be done in a separate government hospital. But we know the difficulty. We know the time lag, unexpected time lag, which is coming in between the shifting of the donor and recipient team coming from different parts of the city itself, sometimes from other state. There are a lot of challenges that we face. So we made a government order which says that the accident police station people have to come for the inquiry to the donor hospital, and also the postmortem to be done in the donor hospital. The only thing is that when we have that first declaration and the second declaration timing, we will be doing all the FIR, first investigation reports, and all the things, and then we have made a document which is like unique document. So wherever in Karnataka, it is the same thing. So it will not be a surprise to any of the police people. If anybody is having any doubt also, what we do here is like we connect the previous donation accident site people so that they will talk over the phone and they will understand. So these are the ways that we address the challenges. But otherwise, it is all about the family decision whether they have to say yes or no. And also one more thing that I wanted to include is, if the families say yes, it is well and good. So many people are going to get benefit out of this program. Suppose if the family is saying no, it is not about the counseling skills of the person who have approached the family member. It is definitely the family's decision whether to say yes or no. If the family is saying no because of many reasons, so many reasons, accept that gracefully. That is one thing that we have to learn. I remember that when I started my career, I have counseled to more than 6 donor families. After the 6th donor family only, I got the first yes. So imagine if I would have gone with the first 6 counseling, and then I was thinking that okay, this job is not for me. I am not good for anything. If I would have gone with, I wouldn't have come and then spoken about my experience like this.
Can I ask you?
It is all about.
Yes, please. You've been doing this role. How long have you been this role as a transplant coordinator?
I started working from 2006.
Okay.
So those days it was like very less knowledge about transplant in India. Yeah.
You also did say that the focus is on the family and the individual to make that decision, and there's no you don't persuade them. It's how you talk to them around what the donation means, and also the purpose of that donation, which is good to see. And thank you for raising that, because for our listeners, we get all this misinformation coming back from the India and UK to say that this is what's happening. People get their organs taken. So it's really great that you've clarified the process and that the decision is down to the decision maker, which is great. Lalji, you wanted to come in and ask a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Rotarian Joseph, for elaborating about your role as a coordinator. Rather, I will say all the coordinators in India about the organ donation. And I must, because I am going to ask this question, then I will leave. So I would like to thank Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team of Healing Our Earth for doing this type of program, which is a comprehensive program, which includes the NGOs, which includes the transplant surgeon, which includes the coordinator, as well as the donor and the recipients. This is a unique thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Nilkumar. Now the questions to you is, okay, you have spoken about the brain dead donation. Because I was doing the media conference with Lal Goyal, and in one of the program, one of the coordinator from Delhi told me that whenever a living donation is required, and whenever the doctor comes out after the examination of the patient and declares that the patient requires a kidney or a liver, all the male relatives who are there, their eyes turns towards the female relatives of them, whether mother or the wife or the daughter or the sister. Your take on it, whether you are also facing the same thing, and being a woman yourself, don't you think, because the data, I would like to again repeat the data on this program, and as per the data available here, about 80% living donors are women in India, and only 19, that is 19% recipients are women in India, while in UK, the data is different. There the 55% living donors are women, but their recipients are 40%, although they are also not 50-50, but at least 40 and 55, while the India, the condition of women is very poor. What you say about this as a coordinator? Is it you feel pain in your heart that why only we take the country, the sacrifice, I must say, or I must say that they always are there as a holy cow to give, to donate the organs. Why not the male family member? Rotarian Joseph, please.
That's a really controversial question. But here in India, the culture is like that. Everybody will turn their eyes towards the women, and then if the women says yes, it is about, most probably it is not about the willingness. It is about the guilty feeling. Where will this woman go if the woman is married and then the husband needs the kidney? If she is not giving the kidney, where is she going to live the rest of the life? In the husband's house, right? Yeah, so that guilty feeling. Imagine that if she is saying no, and then the husband family is asking to leave the house. She is coming back to her mother's house. How many of the people here in India will accept her? So she is considered as a burden. So it is like a collective effort of men and women uplift people and stand for each other. It's just that the healthy person can donate the organ when they are alive. It doesn't have to come under the cause of whether it should be a male or it should be a female. It's just that healthy person should be the donor. That's all.
So healthy person has to be the man also. So thank you very much. I am sure that in India that it will change, and this program, what Mr. Neil Kumar and Healing of World and Ms. Rotarian Kirat is doing, is going to give a very, very positive message. Thank you very much. As I have to leave, I have to say global namaste to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking that question, and it was great to get your response. I think from what
yes, I think Dr. Sunil has a hand up. He might have a question.
Yeah, Dr. Sunil, welcome to the program. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's going really well. I couldn't stop myself to pour a little bit more about the gender inequality. By the way, that exists across the world. Even in UK, we see exactly the same. And that's actually across the culture and religion. But yes, ethnic minorities, for example, in UK, from South Asian ethnicity, it's more problem. Can I check with you? Do you think ladies who are educated, who are employed, who are income generated, things changes?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, sorry, you're not. No, you're not. You're right.
Yeah, definitely. There is change. There is change. But again, it's just that it is all about the independency of the person. I have not seen much of this disparity when it comes from a very elite kind of a family. They all go with the healthy fitness of the donor and the recipient and stuff like that. But this is happening only in the middle and the lower middle class family. We cannot help them. It's just that the entire system works on one thing: the guilt feeling.
Yeah.
If you are giving, then also you have the guilt. Oh, I have given it. I wouldn't have said yes at that point of time. I would have said something else. See, there is one way that what we can do is we can have advocacy, living donor advocacy, wherein which when we work up the donor and the recipient, we need to speak for the donor also. We need to counsel them to see that whether they are willing to give the organ. And if they are not willing to give the organ, don't just like that go and say to the recipient or the recipient family just like that, hey, this lady doesn't want it to give, or else this man doesn't want it to give. Say something like clinical reasons. You have to discuss with your physician and the surgeon and the entire team. We have usually how we do it in Karnataka, like we have that multidisciplinary team meeting where in which each and every team member will talk about the donor and the receiver. We see that they are not a fit for psychologically also. If it is not a fit, we will put it on hold. Saying in this particular scenario, say something like clinically it is not a match. Say that to donors so that they can go back to their own house and then have it finished. Okay.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Daga. You coming in it shortly. So, Najmul, thank you for your time and also, your insight into the work you do and really was very insightful. So, thank you. Stay free. This is a great opportunity now to introduce. I see. Mr. Ratan and Rupaji as friends now because I've met them twice. Once in the UK and once in Chandigarh. So really a global namaste to you both for joining us. Thank you for coming to share your personal journey about your liver. Certainly from G, you've received a liver from Rupaji, and really. So we're going to start off with you to talk about your journey of when you needed that transplant, that liver transplant, and how long ago how long did you wait, and also when was the decision? When did you go and have that conversation with Rupaji around the liver? You needed a liver, so that'd be interesting for our listeners to understand how you plucked up the courage, because we've just heard that on the last conversation that it's mainly the females who are coming forward and donating. So let's start off with just introduce yourself to our listeners.
Global Namaste to everyone. First of all, we are very thankful for allowing us to participate in this discussion, in this meeting. I am PK Ratan from India. I'm 53-year-old. I'm working as Senior Accounts Officer here with the Chandigarh administration. Way back in 2010, I was diagnosed with the cryptogenic liver cirrhosis. I was miserably leading this life. The life was really hell for me on this earth. It was likely I was facing that death was approaching daily towards me. मैं अगर कहूँ तो ऐसे लगता था जैसे मैं और मेरी फैमिली रोज मरते थे. I was in a very miserable condition with the bleeding lips, with my body yellow coloration. I had actually lost hope to lead further life. And later, I also felt that all such patients like me, they remain under stress during that phase because future becomes very dark at such stage. So I was having no option. I went from pillar to post to every doctor so that I may get second chance at life. I was daily requesting to God, God, give me one chance more. I'll dedicate my life toward the mankind, toward the humanity. Ultimately, prayers of my family and my friends, everybody who was very close to me, they resulted, and this miracle happened in 2011. In July 2011, my surgery took place in Medanta, the Medicity Hospital, Gurugram in India, where my wife donated a major portion of her liver to me. 65% of her liver was transplanted in my body. So at that time, I was really thankful. Until date, we are enjoying this life in a quite better way. I felt that organ donation saves generations, because in 2014, we were blessed with our son who could see this world only because somebody said yes to organ donation. So we are really thankful to my chief liver transplant surgeon, Dr. Arvinda Swan, my living donor wife, because I felt that not every person on waiting list gets an organ. So I'm very fortunate that I got that chance because of my wife, because had she not opted this surgery, then I would not have been participating in this event.
So what was your obviously you were waiting, your health was deteriorating and you were feeling very low. What was the conversation you had with Rupaji to kind of start? Because I will bring Rupaji in as well in terms of why she decided to obviously give you her 65% of her liver. But what was the first conversation you had with Rupaji around coming forward?
Because on each occasion on my visits to the hospital, I had to, honestly speaking, when there was not enough wheelchairs, there were not stretchers available, I had to lay on the bare floors. That was my misery. That I was really, मैं तरस गया था इस life को. May God give me this life. So she was part and parcel on the every moment of my life at that time, and she was watching the miserability. So she, as the doctors were also saying, the only option with you is now to, if you want to save the life, is the only option. You will have to go transplant. But at that time, I was not aware much about that because it is almost 13 years back. So at that time, I was only 41 years old. Now I am 53-year-old. 41 years of old are of my own life, and 12 years are the gifted life given by my wife.
Rupaji, namaste to you as well, and nice to see you again. Tell us about before you gave your part of your liver, how was obviously you saw obviously PK going through a lot of his own challenges around feeling low. What was that life for you within the family in terms of what was you seeing that you came forward to say I want to help you? Hindi mein bhi baat kar sakte, no problem.
Just to save a precious life of my husband, I had to come forward. Because in 2010 or 11, we, not only my husband, but we all family members were living a miserable life. So I thought God has given me chance to save life, and I must come forward to do so. I had healthy liver, and I gave away one part of that. I did what I wanted to do and what I had to do as a wife. So once you decided, I think nothing can then stop you to do what you want to do. That's
so how's your life now in terms of the theme of this discussion today is around healthy life and organ donation. So how is your life and how do you keep healthy as well?
After transplant, now we are living a healthy and a very good life, because even I must say even a very good life, more than normal life. We had in 2018, and we participated in Transplant Teams of America, and 2019, where we met in Newcastle. To you there also participated there. We got chance to participate and to give awareness to all the people around the world.
Rasan Saab, any other follow-up in terms of you participate in the games, in the World Transplant Games? How's life for you now in terms of since participating, but also since having the transplant?
A person like me who was otherwise laying on bed, and I got chance to participate in the world. We wanted to tell the world that there is a life, there is a healthy life after transplant. You can do anything. A situation can be compared. When I got lost this life at that time, and when I compare with me, even I can't believe on myself that a person like me who was in such misery can participate in such events. One thing more I want to add, that we became part of the Guinness World Record events also. In 2018, my wife participated in the Guinness World Record event at Chicago. Their living donors participation was mainly there. So for one day event, we went to Chicago. That was our maiden visit. We went there, incurring huge expenditure from our own pocket. So we wanted to tell the world that life after transplant and life after organ donation is very much healthy. and we are the living proof. We are the giving proof. So it was very memorable event. We enjoyed that also.
So what message would you give our viewers in terms of, coming forward and donating when their loved one is going through the challenges? What would be your inspirational message you want to give to our listeners, our viewers?
We want to say that if a person like me, who has otherwise lost this life, and because somebody came forward, then we got, not only I got, but my little son, we are 2 generations alive. So I think everybody must come forward. Otherwise, these organs, they are just we become waste. And my wife can well explain in Hindi.
Please do, please do.
सीता में जाएगी तो राख बन जाएगी,
कब्र में जाएगी तो मिट्टी बन जाएगी, किसी को कर दो अंगों का दान तो ये किसी की जिंदगी गुलजार बन जाएगी.
Wow, that's a powerful message.
So, Kirit, if we translate to the viewers who are in different countries, if you're just going to get, buried or cremated, then your life is wasted. But if you help with the organ donation, you will not only save a life, you may be saving a family. I think that's what she's trying to say.
Right, sir.
Well, thank you for that translation. Yeah, it's very powerful. It was. Thank you again for both of you for coming on Healing Our Earth, and you're now part of our global family. So our mission is really to keep organ donation awareness around the globe. So really, this is the wonderful work you do now. Just tell our viewers about the organ donation, the NGO that you currently work with as well.
Yeah, after experiencing so much traumatic situation in life, we felt we should come forward because we are the living example. If a person like us come forward, it is a sort of example before the people that after transplant or after organ donation, such a healthy life can be lived. I want to add here that I and my wife, I completed 2 post-graduations and my wife completed 3 post-graduation after this organ donation and transplantation. I realized personally that people are when they are at such a position, they need help, they need a lot of awareness also. Regarding organ donation, I thought when we talk to a person when he's near or dear, is just struggling for life, at that time if we talk to family members, they are reluctant to talk even upon such topics. And these topics must be discussed with the family in a normal time, so they can pay proper attention. We both completed post-graduation in mass communication, and we completed master's degree in social work, counseling particularly, because my transplant surgeon, Dr. Arvinder Swain, put our phone numbers on his website. So most of the patients, they talk to us because we have a dual experience being a recipient and organ donor in the same family. And I want to shortly describe one incident. I was in hospital. Somebody was asking at the reception counter about some liver doctor, and the reception counter official was not responding in a proper way. I intervened and I asked them, are you talking about some liver doctor? Yes, she told me yes. And immediately she put a question, you know him? Then I told I have already undergone liver transplant in this prestigious hospital. And you just see, she requested me instantly, my husband is admitted in this hospital, but he is reluctant. He is not willing. I'm ready to donate my liver, but he is not willing to go ahead for the surgery. He requested me, can you visit in the ward where he is admitted? So I immediately said yes. I went to that fellow in the ward itself. He was a retiree from military. So he was so much apprehensive about the surgery. He told me if my wife donates liver to me, there is a chance that our 2 sons who are very young at age, they may get orphaned. So I talked to that person only for 15 minutes. And at the end of this conversation, he was ready. he got ready. So they got ready for transplant, and thereafter the surgery took almost a half month later, where her wife could not donate that liver to her husband, and that was a swap surgery. Somebody came from Canada, a lady came from Canada to donate her liver to his father, and it was a swap surgery. At that time, I realized that counseling, and I told my teacher also that the teachings you gave to me that have really achieved the mission for which I joined this course. And
Well,
2 lives were saved at that time, that conversation.
very well, you could said, because this is people, it's yourselves, Rupaji, and people who have gone through that, had an experience of transplant or donation, are the game changers. You've gone through it. You can help educate, you can help raise, but also you can tackle some of the challenges. It's great to have Nismal back in. So is there any questions? Do we have any questions, Neil Kumar, from any?
Yes. Yes, this is very important. Liver transplant is a very common transplant, and it will be so nice to have more information to know. Do you know why you had liver organ? Was it a failure, or was the liver deteriorating? When did you realize that you are suffering from liver problem, PK?
Yes, it was in 2010 when I was diagnosed with the cryptogenic liver cirrhosis. At that time, I had an episode of the high bilirubin. So I was having a little bit pain in my belly. So prior to that, I never got my even ultrasound. But at that time, I was suffering too much. So I had to go to doctor, and finally I was diagnosed with the cryptogenic liver cirrhosis.
What were the symptoms you were going through? So other people, if they're listening, in case if they've got liver issues. So 2 questions. Symptoms that made you realize that you're having a pain, and then why you saw the doctor, number 1. Number 2, from what you described, then it's not heavy drinking related. So it's just unfortunate. So where do we know what was the cause of it? Was it inherited, or how did it come about?
Actually, my mother is having autoimmune disorder. She is suffering from Sjogren's syndrome. She is suffering from Sjogren's syndrome, but later I don't know, it could not be correlated. But I was not having so much history regarding regarding alcoholic disease. At the time when I was diagnosed, I was having severe jaundice, and I was lost appetite. The bleeding time was also upset. Cramps were there. Ascites I was having. So at that time, it was only suggested doctors were trying to cure with medications. But later, when it was decided that the only option is the transplant.
So it's so wonderful that, look, you've recovered well. So here is a caveat for people. Don't suffer in silence. Get yourself checked. Here is a live example. You can see from his tone structure and facial features that he doesn't look a patient anymore. He has recovered. He is happy. He has fought it. He psychologically psyched himself up. And of course, Rupa was part of this play as well, because between them two, then look at the smiling son. He's happy because daddy is still here.
Gift of life, actual gift of life.
What is his name?
Nations alive.
What's his name?
My name is Advik.
Arvik.
Advik means unique.
Arvik, you are unique and you seem to be copy of dad. Arvik, how do you feel? How do you feel with being around dad, and what is your relationship with daddy?
Tell.
You are happy to see daddy there. Look, give him a hug. We want to see you giving daddy a hug.
He's usually supporting us in the organ donation. He makes small clips and he inspires people to come forward for this cause.
And PK, you are an inspiration to society as well, because you've got a smile, you've got a son. Look, you are a happy family. Here is a proof that don't give up. Fight it mentally. Remove the psychosomatic theories that you might have. and you can recuperate into a healthy family, and life can be bright and beautiful. We are very proud of you. Maybe stay around. We'll ask Lijamol because
Sorry,
she.
we've got Rajesh G wants to come and ask a question.
Yes, sure. Let's bring him up, and you can unmute yourself, please, Rajneesh Ji. Unmute yourself. Over. Yeah, you are.
Hi, Kirit. How are you? I'm sorry. It took a while to join you. Like I said, I was sort of somewhere up. Very important question, because in very novice question, I know when people do live organ donations, I understand as far as kidneys are concerned. But the gentleman before, he said that a live person is willing to donate liver. How does it work out? Because my understanding, a liver is just one single organ in the body. How do you donate and then you live as well?
Very important question.
May I answer, sir?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. The liver is the only part in the body which is regenerative. My wife donated her complete right lobe. That constitutes only 65%. Because I think both the lobes are having independent blood supply, and it is a regenerative due to regenerative nature of the liver, and that's the reason why it is donated. Secondly, it gets very shortly. It gets regeneration.
Go on, Rajesh. And then Lejmal, you wanted to come in as well. Go on, Lejmal.
Yeah, liver is a regenerative organ. So it is not the complete liver is being taken out. Depends upon what is the recipient requirement, the weight and other parameters. A part of the liver only will be taken from the donor. So donor's liver, the one portion we have taken out, right? So that portion will regenerate, and whatever the portion that the small portion that the recipient got it, that also will regenerate to a complete organ.
That is right, Nijamal, you are very right. In fact, we can say that even up to 90% of liver can be taken to transplant if the original person who requires liver is completely and severely into problem. Then the donor can give up to 90%. It's safer to do 60% because then both have got equal chance. So yes, it's very true. And here, Rajneesh, you can see smiling couple, both of them. Look, they're there. You can unmute yourself. You've got further question. Over.
Yeah, I think then in that case, really, I think I'm from Hindu Council UK. I'm General Secretary of UK. And I think we had this a workshop which Kirit did into our registered office. What I just found out, and believe me, that I'm very much involved into that organ side of it, but this is a news for me. Perhaps, Kirit, it is very important that it need to be highlighted and promoted that a living person can donate liver as well. Perhaps this would, what do you call it, take away the myths that a person can't donate the liver, really. This is very important to highlight this.
And a very valid point you made, and this is why Kirit is there. He had, when Mr. Lal came, he had the outreach and a workshop with you in South Hall, which everybody really appreciated. And this is what Kirit does. He goes around to different community and he makes them aware of it. And we have got a proof here between PK and Rupa that look, there are organs that can regenerate. Then there are organs which are in duplicate in a body that you can use. So for example, if you did a kidney transplant, that's a different case. But the person who are actually doing assessment have to do the due diligence. So Rajneesh bhai, you are very right. And that's where our Kirit is. He keeps on spreading the health awareness. And in fact, Kirit is going to be part of the health awareness in the Summit Mauritius Festival in April 2024.
It's good as well because it's not just me. I think it's all the ambassadors like PK and Rupa. You're the people who we bring together in the community to raise awareness. And it's fortunate I'm also connected with Hindu Council UK and the support they give because I'm helping them with the health project. So thank you again for joining. Do we have any further questions before we?
So we had question for you, but we will go in the next round. Meanwhile, we can say thank you to PK and Rupa a smiling couple there with a lovely child saying, hey, don't give up. You can bounce back even better.
When we usually go to people, we generally say, "Ek jigar, do jaan hai hum."
Kya baat hai? Hata sawan ki ghata. Well done, thank you. And we love you. And you are part of Healing Our Earth family. Kirit will be in touch with you regularly. And may Earth bless you forever and ever.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Thank you. Now we're moving to USA. So
yes, we started with India, we came to UK, and we go to different continent, USA to Sanket. And Kirit, let's introduce Sanket.
Okay, so again, we have Sanket here from USA, and he's going to share his donation to his brother, Krish, who's going to be joining us. And most importantly as well, we connected through the Rotary Club of Organs and Donations. So Sanket is now a USA Rotarian and part of our global club as well. So a global namaste to you, Sanket, and thank you for joining us and taking time. I know it's morning there in USA, so thank you for joining us.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me. Well, I'm Sanket Arapali, and I live in Washington, Seattle area. And my brother is in Austin at the moment. He should be joining soon. I hope you guys gave him a reminder. Yeah, in July 29th of 2021, exactly 2 years ago, I donated my kidney to my brother. We are three of them, and he's the middle one. I'm the oldest. So I gave my kidney to him. Life has been interesting after that. He will tell you about why he needed it. I think it's best he explain. But from my standpoint, I had to do some preparation to donate. Obviously, being healthy was very important. There are a lot of factors they have tested me on. While the donation was scheduled for July, and the testing started like in February and went on all the way till April, March, April, 3 months of testing, fully thorough testing. This like they test every little thing in your body. And yeah, the donation happened. Everything went smoothly. It was 8:30 to 1 p.m. Yeah, the surgery was 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The surgery was, and my recovery was 6 weeks. Interestingly, I only had to survive on Tylenol post the surgery. There was bloating in my belly because they introduced some gas to get access to my organ. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the transplant surgery, but the bloating was, they tried to take out as much gas as possible, but some of the gas remains in your body, and that goes off slowly over the course of 6 weeks. And first 2 weeks, I would say it's pretty much gone. And then you just deal with normal pain, which the doctor says, just stick with Tylenol. And even till today, life after transplant is, I do not take any other medicine, other than Tylenol. I try to stick to it. And the significant thing that changed in my body after the surgery was water consumption. My body craves for water for whatever the reason is. I need to have daily dosage of water every day, minimum 120 ounces of water. So if I don't do it, either I will get headache or I'll feel very dehydrated. So that is something significant change that I've seen in my body. Other than that, it's been normal. I'm healthy, I'm active. It's like nothing happened, right? So that's the beauty of it, is I saved someone, I saved some family, and I feel good about it. I feel great about it, and nothing changes on my end.
Okay, so what was the conversation you had? Obviously, you have your own family, and what was the conversation you had when you decided to obviously become a living donor for your brother?
Yeah. There's two parts here. One is my immediate family, my dad, my brothers, my mom. That's one part, and then there's my wife. right? Let's talk about my wife. My wife was in a dilemma. She couldn't say no, she couldn't say yes. And in US, there's no restrictions of like I need spouses permission or anything like we see in some countries like India. And I think it's changed, right? I remember Anil was saying. Well, at first, it was very tough on her because we have two young kids, and my second one was just born within 1 year, and it was difficult on her. But I think eventually the last 1 month before the surgery, she accepted it and she started to support me on this. But up until the 1 month, it was really tough. And I think I did not give her a choice because it is my brother here. To be fair, I said, I'm going to do it. It was not like, shall I do it? It was, I'm going to do it. Nothing can stop me on that because it's my brother. And I see he's just joining right now. There is. I can hear you, Krish. Yeah. And for my second part, this rest of the family, they were very delighted. And the conversation was easy because my parents or my father, they, for them, it's like there's both sons are important. So if we can help each other. And my dad was like, hey, he was already tested a year ago before we had the surgery, but they rejected him because of his age. And one of the factors was not meeting the requirement. So, but he was always in the forefront to do it and keep me as a backup. But the conversation with my family was, I'm going to do it. Let me do it. And numbers are matching here. Requirements are being met. So family was not a concern. It's always your spouse. It's always a difficult conversation. But I kind of handled it, and eventually everything. I had her support up, 1 month to 2 weeks to the surgery, and yeah, it was nothing blocking there for me.
So thank you for that, and welcome, Krish, for joining us. And I know it's early morning there, so a global namaste to you from all of our viewers and from the team here in Healing Our Earth. So thank you. And just tell us a bit about your story, and most importantly, how was that? Obviously, your life was pre-transplant, but also when you got kidney disease, how was the conversation with your family around needing somebody to come forward? So give us an introduction about yourself and then take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, I'm Krish. Again, apologies for being a little late. I'm actually isolated here. I have COVID, and I'm in the recovery stage. But I slept so much last night. So anyway, I discovered I had a kidney issue when I was 22, or 22, 23. And obviously that was a shock. It took me a couple years just to even digest that news. Obviously I told my family at that time, and obviously they were also in shock, and especially my brother Sanket. He also took it very emotionally, I remember. And it was something that was completely weird because I was only 22, 23. I was partying. I was a normal guy, right? So but anyways, after a couple of years of kind of digesting it and going through so many different doctors and hospitals, making sure that there is an issue, this was when I was about 55% GFR, or 55 GFR, so I was already half functioning at that time. Then they gave me two choices. One was a steroid treatment, and the other one was kind of just doing nothing, just waiting until something gets worse. The doctors obviously were pushing me towards the steroid treatment. My family was kind of very nervous about that, and so I've been, to be honest, I've been looping my family in since the beginning. my dad, my mom, I mean, we've been, we've been kind of raised that way, I suppose. I'm very culturally, I was in New Jersey at that time. Anyways, so yeah, I've been keeping them in the loop. Finally, I chose not to go the steroid route, and tried to be more kind of natural, healthy. I think I had like maybe 5 ingredients that I was eating, because I had to make sure that, I had to eat, less of everything, right? Less protein, less potassium, less everything, less salt, no salt, just a few different, few veggies here and there. So, so I did that, and actually, I had, thank God, I don't know if it was that type of lifestyle that I was, obviously no alcohol, no nothing. Because of that lifestyle for almost 14 years, I was able to have absolutely no symptoms or anything like that. I didn't have to go through a dialysis or anything like that, until my GFR was about 10%. So it was 10% both kidney function. And to be honest, even then I didn't have any side effects or any issues, or just, that then really what accelerated it was was the pandemic. During the pandemic, we all were stressed, and it was stress from all angles, stress from what it was, and family, kids. I mean, I had a small baby at that time. And I think that accelerated, the stress really just kind of gets to you. I think that accelerated it. It went, I remember it was like 21%. And then within like 6 months, it went down to 10%. 6 months. I've never, had that level of progression, and it was 100% related to stress. So then that's when I again involved my family. We had a massive call. It was like 14 people on the call, and just I was like, I need the only route right now is either to go on dialysis or have a kidney. And so, first my dad went through the process. I mean, actually everybody went through the process. My dad, my brothers, my 2 brothers. I had some cousins that went through the process. I was super grateful that I have surrounded by family that actually cared and wanted to support in any way they could. So, ultimately, my dad didn't work out. There was a few reasons. I mean, he was older and stuff. And then my brother really stepped in, didn't think twice. And actually, Anil Srivastav, he actually played a big role. I mean, he came into our lives and really influenced and supported my brother also in what it means to be a donor, and what it really does to someone like me, and it created a massive impact in my life. So ultimately, I would say all stars aligned, and my brother, without any hesitation at all. I mean, obviously he had his own challenges with his family, and but he didn't matter. He just he had one goal, was to save a life right now. So I really appreciated so much at that time. So he really came in, he and my other brother. And yeah, so yeah, and yeah, so July 28th of 2021 kind of was my official transplant date. And yeah, I was born completely new life, I would say. I was given a second opportunity. Yeah, and since then I've been doing really well. And obviously I think I had COVID twice in the last 2 years. I don't know why. But it was fine. It didn't really affect anything. But yeah.
How was the support from your own family? Obviously, you've got your own family, you've got, as well. So that was, and also how your life at the moment now, obviously having a new lease of life, and how you keeping that kidney precious as well.
Yeah. So, obviously, with kidney, I mean, it's all about blood pressure. It's all about, so all of which comes down to stress. And, and to be honest, like after the transplant and having gone, I mean, that whole surgery process, I mean, really changes someone's perspective about life. And, it was less about, so yeah, I've been taking a different approach. I mean, I've been really spending a lot of my time with my family. And, before I used to work a lot, and, I'm an entrepreneur. I have startups, and startup lives are pretty intense. And this time I still am an entrepreneur at heart. I still have a startup, but I don't go as crazy. I don't really think too much about it. I'm able to handle life a little better and give a little more balance. So it's all about stress for me and spending time with family. That really is important. I have I was actually not qualified for life insurance before before but I was able to get qualified for life insurance now thanks to my brother, which is huge. Obviously a big thing for my family. And through that, I have an app. Actually, it's called Vitality Life app. So that actually helps me stay on track. So it it keeps me on point in terms of how much I have to exercise every day. My weight, obviously it's very important that I don't gain too much weight. Obviously I take a lot of medicines, I immunosuppressants, and just I take steroids, I take everything. It's about 20 pills a day right now, at least. And so I have to make sure I don't gain as much weight. So been very eating healthy. I'm fortunate my wife actually cooks like really healthy food, and she's on top of my my health as well. So yeah, so it's all about really exercising and being healthy, and really more importantly, it's about the mind. Actually, I forgot to mention one important thing. When I the first 6 months after my transplant, I actually went into this psychological state of mind. I think it was related to my medicines. I could not sleep at all. I did not sleep for almost 4 months, and without the lack of sleep, what it does to an individual's mind is insane. It's insane. I had a therapist, and it was pretty bad. Without sleep, I mean, you just kind of take to granted sort of small things like that, like taking naps and going to sleep. And but that definitely, so anyway, so I give sleep a priority now. I really I mean, I guess I just it's so important for me, at least. So I keep a tab on that, make sure I don't work past 5 p.m. I just don't so it's small things like that go a long way, because if I start thinking about work a little later after that, my mind just starts thinking, and I don't sleep. And that's a problem.
Chris, it's getting very interesting. This is Neil Kumar from London. Kirit, if you don't mind, there are questions from the social media, because our event is broadcast live on many countries on a social on a channel partners. Suman, Suman is asking, and you raised a very important statement when you made that you are COVID and you are kidney transplant recipient. She's suspected of having COVID, so she's going to double check. She's from South Africa and a kidney transplant recipient too. So she wants to know exactly what she should watch out for, because you are already into COVID and a recipient. What tips have you got for Suman in South Africa?
Yeah, actually, so this is my second time. My first time that I had COVID, I had to take I immediately, I think the first thing I did, obviously, by keeping my nephrologist in the loop. That was the first thing that you do. That's the first thing I did. And there's a medicine that's specifically for the immunosuppressant folks that can help at least help with the fighting of the COVID. I took a medicine called Lagavulin, which is specifically designed for the folks like me. That actually helped quite a bit. I was extremely sick the first time that I had COVID, which was last year. But after I took that Lagavulin and everything, I think within about 7 or 8 days, I recovered totally fine. This time I again got really sick. I would say this is my 5th or 6th day. So I have a lot more energy now, but my second day, I got so sick that I lost 9 pounds. I think 8 to 9 pounds in a day or two. So I panicked. I called my nephrologist. I was like, I don't know what's happening. I mean, my fever was over 100 and everything, all the kind of crazy symptoms. But obviously the most important thing is to loop your nephrologist and also make sure if there's any medicine that he wants to give you, just take it. I mean, anything that can kill the virus, it goes a long way. but yeah, outside of that, drink a lot of water, and I to be honest, I was totally okay after.
So Chris, kidney transplant and kidney is a very popular one, if I may say so, that everybody wants to know. Suman has got another question she's asking, but in so doing, from Greece, Cassandra wants to know that the first time you were on a COVID, were you a transplant recipient then too?
Yes, I was, yeah.
Okay, so pause here. So Suman wants to know that this is the second time, and Cassandra wants to know that for the first time, what tips can you give her from a diet point of view and mental state of mind point of view? And Suman, if you are listening, this is the second time he has got COVID, and even first time he had COVID. So Chris, this is very important. I think a lot of people want to know this, and you are a live example here with COVID and transplant. So we want to know more over the next 5 minutes you do. Sunil will have a question as well. Kirit will have a question. I'll come back with more social media. Over to you, Chris, for next 5 minutes. Give us the tips and what symptoms ought we watch out for. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when it comes to diet, I actually am a big fan of especially around when I'm extremely sick. That helps me was I eat non-vegetarian, so I had a lot of chicken broth, like a lot of soups, like chicken porridges. To be honest, like even during our post-transplant surgery, protein was my friend, because you lose so much energy that it's like anything. So a lot of soups. I like pho, ramen, those kind of stuff. Like obviously, not the wheat noodles, but like the rice, the gluten-free type noodles. That I feel like I eat that like every day, at least 2 times. So a lot of soups and a lot of and rice is totally fine. That helped me quite a bit as well. So I would say protein was like something that really helped me from a diet perspective. A lot of water. I have like a 32-ounce bottle, like a big bottle like this. I drink 5 of these, so 160 ounces. So 32 ounces is 1 liter. So 4 to 5 liters a day really makes a big impact.
Chris, can you pause that, because that's very important, because Paresh wanted to know about the water, but we also have a nephrologist here who is an expert. So I think at this point, let's bring in the nephrologist. Sure. How much water is safe to consume while you are a kidney transplant without causing any undue pressure to the kidney? Then we will revert back. So Sunil, you are a nephrologist. Chris mentioned about nephrologist, and earlier he mentioned a company and a medicine. So I want the viewers to know he didn't prescribe it to you. He suggested that that's what he took. You need to take professional advice from your physician in your country. Please note that he just shared what helps for him. Sunil, 5 liters, good idea. Is 5 liters good?
Yeah, no. So I think generally we would say about 3 liters, but it also depends on individual, especially what Chris is describing. When you're ill, you can lose a lot of water in your breath, in your skin. Yes, you need to up that water intake. It also depends on other health status as well. So in general, more water is good, but obviously it's not for everybody. So again, when it comes to water, it isn't like a line on the stone. It can vary depending on the environment, depending on your own health status. So I'm not giving you the right answer, but essentially, yes, more water is good, Neil.
And Chris, Sunil, what is unsafe MR? What we call water poisoning? What amount should not one be drinking every day? 20 liters, 10 liters?
Yeah, so yes, absolutely. So if you overdose with water, then essentially what you'll do is you'll get your sodium and salt level down in your body. So if you're going to go, almost a psychic drinking sort of thing, then that's not good. And generally what I would say is you need to match with your urine output. So for example, we would have a good assessment. Let's say I pass about 3 liters of urine. I would normally advise that you drink half a liter more than that in a winter. If it is a sunny day, then I would say a liter more. So you need to really match it with what your kidney is producing, and that's for healthy individual as well, not just kidney transplants. So essentially, you match with what your kidney can produce. So obviously, if you drink more and more and your kidney is only producing 3 liters, then you will end up diluting your salt level, and that can be a problematic.
So Sunil, if we summarize for people so it's easier for them, I think overall generally safe to say try to consume 2 liters generally. A glass is approximately 250 ml. A can of drink is 330, so you can gauge. So 8 glasses is 2 meters. Maybe if you are between 2 and 3, and as he says, Sunil says, if it's hot temperature, you are dehydrating. If it's in the summer and you are in a very hot country above 40 degrees, then consume 3 liters or 3.5, depending what it is. Don't go consuming 10 liters of big containers because it may not be wise. You will not die instantly, but you are diluting your minerals as well. Is it safe, Sunil?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally in good health, the kidney will overdrive as well. So if you drink more, the kidney will produce more. So you almost will end up chasing the tail. So it's about that balancing, really.
So Sunil, let's go back to Krish, because Krish, we are not happy that you are in COVID, but what we are happy is that you are in COVID and you are a kidney transplant recipient. You are a sitting example that a lot of people are listening because kidney is very popular transplant. Yeah. Tell us more and give us more tips. And the diet, was it your makeshift diet or it was in conjunction with a specialist dietitian who actually said you ought to be doing that?
Yeah, it was definitely, I mean, it's all about, your personal preference in terms of what you eat, but really it was by a professional, like, kind of what is safe to eat for the kidney and, and what is safe to eat, what you should be eating to recover, especially in my situation, for when I'm in COVID and the transplant. So it was more protein and it was, I mean, obviously my pre-transplant, it was less protein or less of everything. But, my post-transplant, it was, obviously more protein, but also everything, everything has to be in the right balance at the end of the day. So protein helps with the recovery. Carbs are good, especially now, right? When I'm sick. So, consuming rice and stuff is totally cool. And a lot of water too. Obviously, like Dr. Sunil mentioned, whatever suits you is the correct number. One thing I also did, and I continue to do, so the first year post-transplant, I get tested. Like I just do lab work every month to make sure that, all the levels are correct and everything. Second year onwards, I started testing every 3 months. So, and I continue to. My doctor says, my nephrologist says, you don't need to test every 3. I mean, like, but I don't know. I get a little like, I just want to, it's my personal choice where I just want to be on top of things. So I tend to test, 3 months, 4 months, every 4 months, something like that. And that helps me because I know like what I'm dealing with in terms of like the basic, I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I know like the 5 things that I'm looking for, the potassium levels, the protein levels, the, sodium levels, my GFR, my creatinine level, certain things like that. I'm like, okay, let's just make sure my urine testing is also, nothing crazy, no spillage or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, nobody has to do that, but I mean, it's something that I do to help me kind of keep on top. Sometimes, you forget, right? Like, obviously, especially around this time where it's like, the season for holidays and season for, festivities and things like that, you tend to forget like your diet, like, you go to everybody's houses and you eat all kinds of stuff. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's time for me to do my lab work. And then I see some things a little bit off. Okay, then it just reminds me to just keep on keeping tabs, right? So I think everybody should get tested like every year, at least once. I know it's a thing that everybody says, but not everybody does it. But that's something that I would say it helped me significantly. Even before the transplant, I would get like a lab work done, stay on top of my numbers. It's something that, very few people do. that really makes an impact, I would say.
Sanket, you mentioned as well about your diet and obviously being the donor. What would your tips be for for people who have been donating in your situation as well?
Basically, being healthy is very important here. I've reduced a lot on alcohol. Not that I was drinking a lot before, but I don't prefer it anymore because I don't see a need for it. So that's one thing. Water I mentioned. I do balance between protein, carbs, and fiber. So I have that balance. Yeah, nothing very specific, whether you're vegetarian, non-vegetarian, doesn't matter, you can get in this. The doctors have not said, hey, you can't eat this, you can't do this. No, it's just, I maintain a healthy lifestyle. I have, being more active lifestyle definitely helps because being fit is not just eating, it's also physically being active. So yeah, those are things, just normal fit lifestyle, right? Yoga, Pilates, whatever works for your body. That's that's. And I see nephrologist nodding his head, so he's agreeing with everything I say.
Let's move. What Chris was talking about in terms of he had that kind of 4 months where psychologically the impact was there. This is something that I find very fortunate in India, that as soon as you have a renal issue, that you're given a counsellor or a mental health support from day one, which is something that we need to do better in the UK, I think. But what's your kind of experience around helping, giving that support, the mental psychological support for somebody who's going through renal challenges? Is that the part of your counselling that you part of the work that you do, or within your team is there counselling that's offered to people going for donation?
The question is to me?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I just wanted to get your take on what Chris mentioned about mental well-being, and he had a stage where it was having an impact. I was saying in India, a recipient going through this gets that mental health counselling support.
Yeah, that is very, very important. So say that the courage of this recipient to ask for his or her loved one's organ is another thing which we need to address it, because they don't know. We don't know what your sibling or your parents or else your grandparents or grandkids or your anybody in the first-hand degree, whether they are going to say yes or no. Whether, what if the person is saying no, how am I going to face that person for the rest of the life? So this advocacy for both recipient and donor is a must thing, and it should be a part of our multidisciplinary team approach, wherein which you need to counsel the donor one side and the recipient the other side, and we know that both of them what they have spoken to us, and take the help of our own the treating team. Then if you see that there is no problem between the donor and the recipient to give each other, and then there is no guilty feeling from either side, help them out, handhold them for the entire journey, make them understand, see, this is not one person's job, it is the entire family, the entire community put together only that we can take this transplant and then take along as a journey. So we need to help them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kirit, we've got Parimal, who is a new recipient from Zambia. This question is both for Krish and Sanket. One is a donor, one is a recipient. He is a very new recipient. He feels that forever he will be aware that he is a recipient. Do either one of you, Chris and Sanket, do you feel that a time will come or a time has come, sometimes where you completely forget that one is a donor and one is a recipient and you just get on with the daily life? He wants to know, will he be bearing this throughout his life? Over to you, Chris, and then to Sanket.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, from a recipient perspective, so they gave my brother's kidney. They put it in the front, and it's in the front of my stomach, or the right side of my, I don't know, the stomach. So reminded constantly that I have something there, because I have a scar too. Yes, you tend to forget, like, after some time, you just get on with your daily lives and your daily stress and the daily stuff, right? It's pretty, it is good in that sense, like you're not always thinking about that, because pre-transplant for almost 14 years for me, I was thinking about my kidney every moment of my life, I would say. So it's definitely a relief almost, I would say, after transplant. Now, sometimes, when I get to bed, I'm like, I know that, okay, I have some external, object in my body that is keeping me alive and keeping me going. So, that's always, it's always a sensitive topic, and sometimes I get a little,
So Chris, what you're trying to say is a poignant moment, just to remember that, of course, it will be, because yes, your elder brother was there to make sure that you are okay. But looking at the smile on your face and the features and everything, you seem to have come out very well. So Parimal, if you are listening, what Chris is trying to say, hey, in time to come, there is hope. Just make sure that mentally you are fighting, and make sure that you are giving yourself that fighting power. Sanket, coming to you. You are, of course, the donor. It was your brother. You made a decision. You earlier told us that, yes, you asked the spouse who loved his brother-in-law anyway, but wanted to and not wanted to do and everything. And subsequently, donation was done, which is beautiful. Do you feel that you are now functioning with one kidney less, or does it come in your mind? Or is there any effects that makes you realize, or do you feel now you've sailed in thinking, hey, I'm still normal?
Simple answer, I don't feel anything. I completely feel normal, like how I was before donation. I feel the same. My wife reminds me when I eat junk, like, remember, you got one kidney.
Yes.
Only then it reminds me of, oh yeah, I gave it a trust. But otherwise, absolutely not. I do everything, anything. I just don't feel any different right now.
Well, Sanket, right now I'm in support with your wife. She's only putting, make sure that you don't deteriorate. So I'm okay with what she's saying. Sometimes wives can be beautiful, they can actually take care of us. So it's beautiful. Right. So Parimal, you in Zambia and any of your friends, yes, you are a recipient. You heard what Chris said. There may be a time when you might just wonder what is in your body, but fight it, feel good. Look at our Chris smiling right now, and he has been like that ever since he signed on. And Sanket, as a donor, if you are a donor and planning to give a kidney to your sibling or your neighbors or your friends or your family, it is possible. Do it. You are not just saving the person you are giving the kidney to. It is the whole family that is connected with that, the whole community that's connected to it. So please keep on doing that. Sanket, Chris, is fantastic. We are still carrying on with you for a while, because actually it's immediately after you. Sunil is the one who is here, who is going to bring some more inputs over here. One of the questions some of the kidney people are asking, that since they might not be experienced with having instruments or things, do you observe your urine, and what color urine should you be watching out for as a warning? To both of you, because it applies to donor and recipient. So Sanket, you go first.
Yeah, transparent. Every time I see there is color in the urine, then I know clearly that I need to increase my water intake. So I do that. And the moment I see that, okay, my urine is transparent color, that's when I feel that, okay, things are not working normally, and I'm having good enough consumption of water. So transparent color of urine is what my doctors have said, is always look out for that. The darker it is, you're definitely missing something in your body. Start with water intake increase to get it to transparent.
And you are absolutely right. Unless you've been eating beetroot, then don't worry, watch for a couple of days, because beetroot is a dye. And or if you are eating very green-based spinaches and things like that, again, it will change the color. But you are right. transparent or mild straw color, then you are okay. And if it's darker color and you just come out from a sunshine, then you are dehydrated, put that up. But this applies to the kidney donor as well. Chris, over to you. What do you keep an eye out for?
Yeah, actually, it's the exact same thing that I keep an eye out to. If it has to be transparent and everything. The only other thing I think I keep an eye out for is the frothiness in my urine, because that's something that I had before my transplant for the longest time. So I try to make sure that there's no bubbles or anything like that. Yeah, that's the only, I guess, the other thing that I think about. That's just the protein loss in your urine that could be a bad thing.
So frothiness. And did the frothiness accompany any mild extra smell apart from urine?
Smell, I mean, smell not so much. I don't think so, but yeah, it's just really the frothiness. I mean, smell, I mean, it's like it depends on the food that you eat, like asparagus or something like that, but
yes,
but nothing, I don't think from us
so Chris and Sanket, stay around. This subject, social media are loving it. And I think let's bring Dr. Sunil Daga earlier from UK, and we carry on. Sunil, this is an important subject, and of course, being a nephrologist, you have been observing what's been. In fact, Sunil, you have been here almost at the start of this episode, so thank you for staying there. And Kirit did say that Sunil is going to contribute and stuff. Let's continue. Sanket, Chris, you be still here. Lijamal, you can be there as well because you are a chief coordinator for this. Great. Let's move. Introduce Sunil to us because he's a very important factor, particularly in this section and otherwise. And let's carry on. Doesn't matter about our time. It's a beautiful time. Kirit, over to you. Introduce Sunil further.
Thank you. Global namaste to Sunil, Dr. Sunil Daga, who's really met him about 10 years ago, and it was fortunate we met because he has the same passion of not just as a medical professional, but more about the communities, and thankfully he's supported health, and he's one of the HealThy. I mentioned earlier, our charity is a patient carer community-led voice. So we need the medical professionals to help us and advise us accordingly. So, and Dr. Daga is also a nephrologist. He's involved in lots of research, but he currently is at St. James or Leeds Teaching Hospital, and I'll let him tell a bit more about his bio because he does some fantastic work. So, go namaste to you, Dr. Daga.
Namaste, everybody. I wouldn't go much in my bio because speakers before me have been excellent. Now, just to confirm, you can see the slide and you can hear me okay?
Yes,
okay.
Perfect.
Okay, well, I think, I've got a few slides, but really wanted to have more conversation like, brilliantly with Sanket and Chris that you've been having. Now the topic Karit has asked me is to focus on healthy living, particularly after organ transplantation. We heard so far, thousands of people across the globe have organ transplantation. It is a gift of life. And it is a gift that one needs to look after it very well. Now, one thing I want to say at the very beginning, kidney transplant or organ transplantation is not a cure of the condition. It is a treatment. Just like any other treatment, it is a part of treatment. And it also means that quite a lot of things the recipient of an organ transplant would need to do. So next few slides, I'm just going to run through a couple of themes that are really important for the audience to know, because I'm aware that on the social media, a number of transplant recipients are listening as well. Now, we heard this already. Hopefully you can see some of the people in the chat today. So what is life after organ transplant? Now, this is excellent example. The lady who's standing in Snowdon Summit, so me and Karit, we used to do every year a organ donation campaign where we would take both recipients and organ donors, live donors, to second highest summit in UK. And this was really, touching, because one thing we don't see as clinicians is when our patients are at the best, when our patients are, having success, getting medals. HealThy is on the call right now, who's also in one of the pictures, who won a lot of medals for her team in transplant games. And then you see at the bottom, the Team India, which is actually all of these are either a recipient or donors. So this is really what we are trying to do. What we're trying to do is a patient who's got an end organ damage. We want to get a kidney transplant or lung transplant or liver transplant so they can live a good quality of life, almost near to normal. I'm afraid it's never going to be normal. It is as normal as possible. That's one of the things I would say. You can achieve a lot of things as a result of gift of the organ. A couple of things I want to really just touch base, because going through history is really important. So when organ transplant first started, the first successful living kidney transplant was in the United States, 1954. We've come a long way. And what this curly graph is showing is the proportion of people experiencing rejection of that kidney. So back in 1965, almost 90% of the patients will experience a rejection of the kidney. What does rejection mean? Well, rejection means your body is actually attacking the kidney. Now, why would it do that? You're getting an organ to keep yourself safe. Well, essentially, your immune system is only knows one thing. It sort of scans, going through the body, it scans whether you belong to the body or not. And if they find out that there is an organ that doesn't belong to me, is actually in my body, it will reject. It's as simple as that. So what we have got here, you can see over the decades, there are lots of drugs that were discovered, and that's brought the rejection rate to less than 10%. So in Leeds, for example, we have about 6 to 7% of rejection. It's not 0%. So you've got to always remember, taking medicines for life is really critical. And Chris already mentioned he is on 20 different drugs. Some of them are to prevent rejection. Some of them is to counter the side effect of this rejection drug. So that's one of the key messages. Living after organ transplant, the drugs are really important. It's a great success where we got since over the decades, but that risk is not zero. The second point I want to make through this very complicated slides, so excuse me, but the point I want to make here is we now got in a situation where the recipients are living longer. The organs are lasting longer, but there is a price we pay. So for example, in UK, after a living kidney donation, the kidney could last on an average about 20 to 25 years or more. I've got a handful number of patients who are celebrating 40th anniversary of that kidney transplant. And I've got one gentleman who's approaching to 50th year next year. So what that means is they are on 20 or different drugs for that long duration, because both the life is increased over the years. So the price they pay is the side effect of these drugs. So these drugs actually suppress your immune system, and we know the immune system is really important to fight against infection, to fight against cancer. So as a result, our transplant patients are at increased risk of infection. Chris mentioned 2 times COVID. That's one of the infections. You can see the black line, the death from infection rose really high in 2020 in UK, and that was because of the COVID spike. The second thing, as a result of immunosuppressant, is risk of cancer. The common one is skin cancer, and that's why we say patients not to expose under direct sunlight. But there are also other cancers that can increase a lot. The third thing, which is a disease of South Asians, which is metabolic disease. So weight gain, diabetes, heart disease, stroke, all of that also increases as a result of some of the side effects of the medications, but also as chronic health condition increases. So we know that the drugs are there to prevent rejection. We have side effects, and that has risk. As a result, a fair proportion of people don't take all the medicines. So that is called non-adherence, which is a really important thing. And we believe about 25 to 30% of times people don't take their drugs. This can also be the immunosuppressive drug. And if you don't take your immunosuppressive drug, the patients can get into rejection. This is a particular concern when patients are transiting care from young young children to adults. So you got to remember the kidney disease can happen in young people, in the children. So when they're transiting from a pediatric situation to adult, that's a really delicate time because the adult world is quite abrupt for them. They get a bit of like a rebel, they want to live normal, and they end up losing the kidney because of not taking the drugs. So what I want to really emphasize is when we are managing patients who had organ transplant, we are essentially trying to get their balance right. We don't want the kidney or liver to reject, but at the same time, we don't want the patients to have increased risk of infection, cancer, and that's a constant balance that we need to do. It's already been mentioned that if you could do a lot of things like, vaccination, for example, we know patients who had COVID vaccine, even if they get COVID, the effect of infection on them is not that bad. Apologies, somebody's at the door. So the second thing, and then the final slides really is why healthy living is important. Well, to reduce some of the South Asian diseases like diabetes, weight gain, the steroid can cause weak bone, and hence exercise is really important. Chris already mentioned about hypertension, and we've also mentioned about not to smoke or protect. So hence, I think when it comes to healthy life, you got to really try your best to keep as healthy as possible, because you are at the odds of number of these drugs, their side effect, but also your immune system is down. So it means it's an extra onus on you to keep yourself healthy. So I'll stop there and we will go to discussing.
Thank you, Dr. Berger. Sorry, Neil.
Kirit, we have already got questions here, and I think it's so beautiful that it's just merging in, and even our next guests in Scotland are linked with this. So Samantha from Manchester says she was feeling nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, fatigue and weakness and things like that. So she has been suggested that she needs to go and get her kidney checked, and she might need dialysis. Sunil, what is your take on that? What symptoms one should take seriously if they feel that their kidney will be in a problem? Is Samantha right? Or what has she been advised?
So the first thing I would say is kidney disease is a silent disease. Okay, and Chris will agree with me that often you don't get any symptoms until the kidney goes sort of below 10%, and it almost looks like a bus has hit you. You feel really tired and shattered. That's the commonest way a kidney will present. And this is why it's really important. All the South Asian disease like hypertension, diabetes, kidney disease are all very silent. It would not cause any symptoms unless it is too dangerous or late. Now, obviously, I can't specifically advise Samantha what to do or not, because that's not what I should be doing on the media.
Absolutely, yes.
But essentially, if you are at risk of kidney issues for whatever reason, and if you're feeling dehydrated, as you described, diarrhea and vomiting, yes, your kidney might be at risk as a result of dehydration, and you should seek help. I mean, in UK, the best one would be 111 call, or if you feel really unwell, then you would need to go to an emergency department.
So there you are, Samantha. You can't prescribe, because by law, we can't prescribe anybody until we've got your records or actually have a physical examination. But you are in United Kingdom. There are very good facilities. Go and tell your doctor, if you are very unwell right now, you can go to the emergency and don't wait for it, because you do qualify for that. And Sunil, Sanket and Chris, can we reverse, can kidney status be reversed or improved?
So what I guess the question is, if you have a kidney failure, can that be reversed by treatment? I think it depends on the cause. There are certain conditions that can come like a lightning bolt, like a autoimmune disease or inflammatory disease. And yes, those conditions, you could give treatment to reverse it. But but obviously, the minority of those conditions that will present like that. So again, some of them can be reversed depending on what they are, Neil. But once you have developed end-stage kidney failure, which means the kidney has been scarred as a result of whatever has happened, whether it's drugs that you've been taking, simple painkillers can damage the kidneys. It could be, herbal medicine, some of those medicine can damage it. In fact, there are certain herbs that can damage the kidney slowly. So if there's kidney scar, then yes, at the moment, I'm afraid we can't reverse that scarring. There are research going on in terms of drugs, in terms of stem cell treatment, regenerative medicine. I would love to see that in my lifetime to be able to reverse those scarring. But at the moment, I'm afraid once the scarring is done, there is no proven treatment to reverse it. Yes, there are drugs that we can give to slow it down. So that's a big research going on. And we got more drugs now than what it was 10 years ago. So yes, there is some light at the end of the tunnel, but essentially once the scarring is done, there is no reversal, I'm afraid.
Well, there you are, depending on the level of your kidney damage, okay, you're less likely to be able to reverse it. If you were diagnosed very well early and you take your diet and your habit in a healthy life, then you may avoid it. Sunil, Kirit, this is where you both come from, the statistics. What are the 5 factors that can actually propagate kidney failures? Which would they be? And then we want to go to Chris and say, what any 5 of them he was aware of? So Sunil, what are like for example, diabetes, I believe, does propagate kidney failures, high blood pressure. But what are the top 5, Sunil, from your experience and from your data, one ought to be aware or watch out for? Risk factors.
Yeah, so the risk factors where we would advise, general population to have regular checks are, as you said, quite rightly, diabetes is top 1. So that's our top number 1 enemy, I'm afraid, when it comes to kidney disease. The second one is hypertension. The third one is obesity. That's another massive issue for South Asian community particularly, because not only kidney disease, all the other diseases are going to rise tremendously. And then you got, things like genetic causes. So about 10% kidneys condition can be genetic. Like if you got a family history of kidney failure, for example, polycystic kidneys. And then you have what we call inflammation that can affect the kidneys. So these are the autoimmune disease that sometimes can present with joint pain, skin rash, and can be detected early. So those are the broadly top 5, but the top 3, I'm afraid, are silent one, as I said. So really, and then obviously the drugs. The drugs are really important to say. We can buy ibuprofen over the counter. It's easily done. We sometimes take it without not realizing that it can damage the kidneys. So I would say, please, if you're at risk, have your check done. So NHS offers anybody over 40 years of age a kidney health check every 5 years. If you got risk factors, then it's every year. So that's what I would say.
So there you are. If you're in United Kingdom, you fall under NHS, which you can go and, in fact, even if you are below 40, you can go to your doctor. They have to refer you. If you are in America, you fall under different category because their health system is different. In India, now, because Prime Minister Modi has actually allowed up to 5 lakh rupees to do, maybe you get a chance. If you're in Africa, presently, we are not very sure. So somebody from Africa, if you're listening to us, come and tell us what is the rules and regulation there. Chris, of the one that Sunil mentioned, and we'll go to Kirit as well from some stats, diabetes, you mentioned hypertension, high blood pressure, obesity. Those were the 3 he mentioned. Did you have any of this in yourself?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit of a unique situation, but definitely I would say, hypertension, high blood pressure, that was always something that, I had, and I always attributed that to me being an entrepreneur and, running a company and stuff. Like there's always stress. And so I always thought it was that. But the way I found out, the actual way I found out was, like Dr. Sunil said, they're all silent stuff. So, but the actual way I found out was I was applying for life insurance when I was 23. My dad told me to apply for it because I just bought a home at that time, and it's something that we need to do. And so they rejected me because of this issue. And so that's when I was surprised. I was like, what are you talking about? Like that was the first time I've actually seen my my blood work, and they did a urine test on me, and then they were like, okay, you should probably go see an expert, like a specialist. So that's how I found out, which was kind of in a good way, right? Because I detected it super early, quote unquote early, when I was 22, 23. So I was able to do something about it. A lot of people don't really find out until it's too late or it's about to be. So in a way, I consider myself lucky to be able to find out that way. But high blood pressure, hypertension is something that I would say that those were the two. That would be the thing that would be the cause, I would say. I think, but then again, like I said, I'm in a little bit of a unique situation. One of my kidneys didn't really fully make it to where it's supposed to be. One of my kidneys is in the pelvic area, and one of my kidneys did not really grow to the extent. So my surgeon suspects that it was related to maybe when I was really young, maybe when I was 1 or 2 years old, I had a UTI and that was untreated or something like that. It's just a guess that my surgeon had, but I just don't really know the exact cause yet.
So Chris, you actually resonate with what Sunil said. Remember what Sunil said? There are other factors. Sunil didn't say these are the 3 ones only. There are others. What he said was, if you got diabetes and you are obese and you've got a high blood pressure, please take care. That doesn't mean that you are gone, but take care now before it's too late. And Sunil, at this point, Lloyd from Wellingborough is of an Afro-Caribbean background. He was born here. He's 50 years old. He has got all 3 things you mentioned, and he is a smoker. He is not diagnosed with kidney failure, but he has been warned that if he carries on, then he will be gifted a kidney failure ship. And we are not giving him diagnosis. Should people of Afro-Caribbean and ethnic background worry about this thing if they've got these 3 or 4 factors? Sunil?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we look at UK's data, ethnic minorities are 4 to 5 times higher risk of end-stage kidney failure, where they would need either dialysis or transplantation. Now, within the ethnicity, the disease sometimes can be different. So if we know, for example, Black ethnicity, hypertension is a major player, whereas in South Asians, it's diabetes a major player. But essentially, yes, I would worry if we got those 3 risk factors. Make sure you have your kidney check done, and the key check really is a urine test. Now, a lot of times people, underestimate how important the urine test is. And what I would say is a lot of these new drugs that are made available to reduce the kidneys from failing are determined based on the urine test. So yes, it's great. You go and have your blood pressure check. It's great. You go and have a blood test done. But the most important one is the urine. That's where we get the early signs of kidney damage, not on the blood test, not on the blood pressure. So if you got those 3 risk factors, I would make sure you go and get your urine tested done. Make sure your kidney is not leaking protein, because that's the first sign.
And do not fear, it may not be there. But if you start taking care of it now, it will be beautiful. Kirit, I'm going to come to you just in a moment. We're going to give Sanket and Chris just a bit of break because they've been there since breakfast. Sanket, Chris, don't go away. The topic is becoming very valuable to people who are listening. And remember, those countries which are sleeping, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, they will be watching a recorded program through their respective partners. So don't go. I'm going to bring in Kirit right now, and then there'll be a question. Let's go to Scotland in United Kingdom, where we have got the Marwahas there, which are very important. Ekta will go first, and then Barlaj will come there as well. It will be very useful. And it's in synergy with what we're talking, Sunil, which will be very useful. So Sunil, if you don't mind, we've taken your time, but please stay around. You're very important. Sanket and Chris, you are also very important. Just have a bit of break. So we need you back because this discussion is getting hot and it's helping a lot of people over there. Kirit, coming back to you, kidney transplant and everything, what comments have you got? And particularly because you outreach with the South Asian community, which is thanks to you because it's multi-faith that you do, what have you discovered?
So certainly we've heard from Sankit and Chris about wanting to come forward, and sometimes those conversations, luckily Sankit was there and the family with conversations took place, but some people who are having renal failure can't have the confidence to talk to their family about stepping forward, coming forward. So what we've been doing is taking that burden away from those families, from the patient, and helping them with having those conversations, but also doing an appeal, a social media appeal, to try and see if we can find altruistic donors. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we worry about this when it's a bit late. So you mentioned the prevention element of diabetes. You know, if properly managed, as Dr. Jagger said, will help to, hopefully not get into end-stage renal failure. And finally, the message from us is that if you're a Black, Asian, Black, African, Caribbean, and Asian, as Dr. Jagger mentioned, you will wait on average 5 to 7 years for a kidney if you're needing a kidney. So the reason for that is because some of the conditions already highlighted, that our communities can't basically come forward to donate, to be a living kidney donor. But secondly, the other challenge we have is that after death, is what we keep talking about today, is we're not donating after death as well. Lucky the law has changed, as we mentioned earlier, in the UK and in other countries now, but those conversations, families are still overriding their loved one's decision. So I think we need to keep those conversations alive. We need to keep the message about prevention and healthy living, which is what the topic of today is. But most importantly, we need to try and have the advocacy, which has already been highlighted. There's a lack of advocacy support for people who are going through renal problems and challenges. So again, that would be our message. And from a diabetes point of view, we have a South Asian diabetes support group. We encourage people to ensure that they don't miss their checks. Their annual checks are valuable to detect their kidney functions, their regular glucose functions, and also the other cholesterol checks as well. People are still missing that, and then on top of that, there's the other. In UK, we're fortunate. These are free. NHS provide these checks annually, so we should. That's the message: is don't miss your checks and keep. You have to take responsibility for your own health.
Thank you, Kirit. What a simple message. Take charge of your own health to help yourself, because if you help yourself, you will be able to help others. Kirit, let's tell people what's happening next week as well, and then we'll go to the Marwahas. Sunil, stay around because people are finding it very useful. Sunil, there have been 3 comments. They loved your PowerPoint presentation. So for those of you who are listening to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, website, and Twitter, the same link will become a recorded link later. And if you are in India, then there are 3 channels. If you're in Africa, there are 2 channels. If you are in UK, HMB, Hindu Forum Europe, Healing Our Earth. So there are many channels, and you can watch the recorded version. And Craig, just before we go, let's tell people what we are planning for next week as our future event. And this, again, is a very important event. Kirit, let's say what we are doing next week.
Sure. So on the 10th of October is World Mental Health Day. We have spoken about mental health is another taboo that we, from our communities, don't really shy away from, and we don't have conversation until it's too late. So the suffering in silence, we've seen it with people with long-term conditions, but also, people going through transplants. So this is going to be an important Healing Our Earth topic around how do we look at mental health and how do we provide the way of treating that. Sometimes, in the UK and in other areas, we have huge waiting lists for support that's needed, whether it's counseling, whether it's getting the diagnosis. So what we've trying to do is reach out globally to see how we can access those experts globally to share their knowledge, their wisdom, and also what support can be available in times where we are in crisis, because people only access mental health services at crisis point. So we need to try and encourage, better uptake, but also better self-care management of their own mental well-being. So this event is very important for Nexus for next week. We'll have, again, key prominent speakers. We'll have people with lived experience who have gone through their own journey of mental health. So we want you to stay tuned for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Kirit. So remember, on the Tuesday, the 10th is the World Mental Health Day, and Healing Our Earth will bring it just before that on a Sunday, because it broadcasts live to many channels on a Sunday. And Kirit, on this day, we are also going to go live to Texas, where Ayurveda Veda Mela will be taking. So we will see how they are calming people mentally there as well. Then we will come back and travel different countries over here. So we'll be visiting a couple of live places where they've got integrated health matters, which will be beautiful. And now we move on to the next two set of people who I've combined here, Kirit, just for the ease, because this topic is very useful and a lot of people are enjoying. So Kirit, go ahead. Let's go to Scotland in United Kingdom, where we can welcome Ekta and Balrajji. And over to you, Kirit. Sunil, we will hang around and we'll interact with these people. Over to you, Kirit.
Okay, thank you. A global namaste to Ekta and Balrajji for joining us today. And, you know, I've been very, I've only met Ekta online and on the telephone a few weeks ago, but it was, you know, thanks to her amazing aunt in Leicester who really has brought the connections. But also what I found from talking to Ekta is her own journey is what we need to get out. We need to share the experiences of how it was for her coming forward to be a donor for her father who's next to her. So welcome both of you for this special program on healthy life and organ donation. And just tell us a bit about your story. And I'll let Ekta come first, because you chose to come forward and be that donor for your father.
Yeah, so for myself, my dad had probably a very long journey with renal and issues in relation to his renal function. So it'd been going on for a number of years before I kind of got involved. So my mum was probably the one that was more proactive up to that stage and continues to be proactive. So for me, it was more about when we were asked to get involved as a family in 2019 to look at what my dad's options were. His kidney function had deteriorated drastically within the space of a year or two. So they actually, in Scotland, they actually arranged to come and speak to us to look at what my dad's options were. They discussed various options, one of those being dialysis, one him registering on the organ donation list, and then thirdly was the live donor element. They had identified that the live donor element would probably be the best option for my dad, simply because of lack of individuals from a South Asian background donating, and the complexities in terms of making sure that it's 100% match. My dad was also an older individual, so they wanted to make sure that if they were going to go through a transplant operation, that it was going to be successful. And he was going to have a good success rate. So it was in 2019, and just as I had kind of made the decision to start looking at the options, or looking at and exploring the options, because I went away and did a lot of research. As a family, that probably, my dad probably would have said that wouldn't have been his first option. But having listened to what the consultants were saying to us, I felt it was the best option for us. I researched into what the repercussions were. Was there going to be any longer term kind of health issues? Even concerns in terms of, later on, if I wanted to become pregnant again, what was the conceptions about that? Because that's the conversations that we were having at home. So I went away and looked into that and actually realised all of those things actually were false. They didn't actually exist. So you could live with one kidney. I could have children again. It was just more about me recovering from the surgery and actually getting myself back into a kind of healthy lifestyle thereafter. COVID kind of hit and the transplant unit was closed. So we ended up waiting over probably about a year and a half before my dad actually then got his transplant. So his transplant was on the 20th of May 2021. So we had been told that it should probably have happened early 2020, but that's just not the way it happened because of COVID. He ended up in dialysis for roughly about a couple of months, and actually seeing him on dialysis made me sure that I'd made the right decision to look at donating, because physically, emotionally, it was draining, it was exhausting for him. And probably for me, who was the one that was taking him to dialysis, bringing him back from dialysis, it was exhausting for us as a family. So obviously I made the decision to donate, and it's a decision that I would make again. You know, in terms of, if I was to even look at, you know, if I look at the kind of Hindu scriptures, it says, it promotes organ donation, in fact. It looks at it as being a dan that you're giving to someone else. So for me, in terms of religious ethos, there was nothing that was holding me back. It was more about the conversations I was having with extended family. Is this the right thing? You're still quite young. But actually, I put a lot of those to side because actually they were all misconceptions. So yeah, so obviously we are where we're at, 2.5 years after the transplant. And obviously my dad will be able to share his experience after the transplant when he comes in. So yeah.
How's your life at the moment? Obviously, since you donated, so how's your life since donating?
I actually, to be honest, I don't think it's changed. I think I would have been in exactly the same situation. I get a routine checkup on a yearly basis. You know, so I actually know, having gone in May, so I've had 2 checkups now, that my kidney, the one kidney is functioning very, very well. Everything else is functioning really, really well. I suppose it's about making sure that you look after yourself after donation. So even those initial first few days, the hospital had me up and walking the day after the surgery, and that continued right through as part of my recovery. And then I suppose it's more about keeping yourself active thereafter, making sure you're drinking water, which is one of the biggest things they kept telling me. Make sure you drink your 2 litres of water every day. And I still do that. Probably didn't drink as much water before, but it got me into a very good habit. So yeah, so I suppose for me it is about that continually looking after yourself. And if I've ever had any niggles, I'm probably the first person to go to the doctors, whereas I would have probably have held back before. But to be honest, nothing's ever been down to the kidney. So I would say it's not affected me in any way or any form. In fact, I've carried on probably the way I would have. Yes, the recovery took about 3 months, but I went back to work in a phased return. And actually, after that, I've kind of gone back to my full-time employment. So yeah, so it hasn't really affected me health-wise longer term in any shape or form, which is what concept. So yeah.
Thank you. So Balaji, thank you for joining us, and thank you again for, you know, Aktash, thank you for sharing what you've just shared in terms of why you came forward. Balaji, tell us a bit about yourself, you know, in terms of just so our viewers know a bit more about you.
Yeah, you say I was first diagnosed with my kidney problem in the year 2009. At that time, my kidneys were functioning at about 28%. By the year 2016, my kidney basically took a very rapid drop in terms of functions, and the function was reduced to 16%. By 2019, the kidney function dropped to about 10%. And this was a matter of concern to the renal clinic. What transpired was basically they had a meeting arranged a meeting at my house with my family, and basically gave us the alternatives which were available to me, which was, one was kidney donor, dialysis, or a living donor. At that time, I was not aware that ICTA has basically opted out to be my donor. I realized that just a few months before the transplant actually took place. So basically, in terms of that, I would say I'm quite happy and quite that she has become my donor and has changed my lifestyle.
Would you have, if you had known earlier that Ekta came forward, would your mind would have changed? Would you have tried to convince Ekta not to go and give you a kidney?
Sorry, I'm just going to write this down, Kirit. Yeah.
I've had a problem.
Yeah, no, sure. It was just more, Ekta's come forward as your daughter, and if you knew that before she went and did all the research herself, would that have stopped you or stopped you from taking the kidney from Ekta?
I'm just waiting for Ekta to stop writing.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. If you'd known I was donating, would it have changed or would you have tried to stop me?
Yeah. Basically, in terms of that, I did have some concerns when I realized she was going to be the donor. Obviously, as a father, I was concerned about her welfare, how it's going to affect her, basically exactly what Ekta has said to you. So I was seriously concerned what implications that's going to have on her life. But the renal clinic ensured me that it's not a big issue and she would be fine after the operation and all that. So in taking these things into consideration and various other issues, the family as a whole decided that it would be bad if I went ahead with a living donor, which is my daughter Ekta.
Ekta, you told me that your match was perfect for your foot.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's amazing to hear that. And also, Balaji, your age was how old were you when you got the transplant? When you got the living donation from Ekta?
So my dad would have been, he's 77 now. So at that point he was 74. So
here the beautiful part is, even if you are elder, you can still survive nicely and live. And more important, Balaji is an MBE. So he has also contributed in the community, and Ekta coming forward is keeping that, the participant in community. So Ekta, thank you very much for coming forward, because Balaji is also important to the community, not just family. And you actually contributed so gently. If you could write to him and say to him that we are very proud of his contribution. And Kirit, this is a time where I think we bring Chris back again, and we have also got Sanket, because this question also come. You see, Sanket was also in a quandary because it was a brother. He definitely wanted to make sure that Chris is there forever. Chris had this poignant moment, hey, my brother had to donate, so what's going to happen? So Sanket, you resonate with what Kirit asks Ekta, that had the father knew that it was her daughter, would he have said no? You knew it was your brother. You straight away said you want Chris to have a beautiful life. Of course, your wife was also happy because she likes his brother-in-law, but didn't know how it will be because you are a father as well. And how do you resonate with what Ekta has said, Sanket?
Oh, completely resonate. The emotions or the thinking is very similar. Initially, while there is one aspect of, okay, he's my brother, he's my family member, I need to do everything I need to survive. There's also the aspect of, I have a family to take care and I have 2 kids to take care. What if something goes wrong? You're talking about a piece of organ coming out of your body. I mean, yes, we have advanced and the transplants have become successful. We have data which Sunil has shared, but any small nerve that can hit can change the whole game, right? Like the chances of things going wrong is high, right? You're putting your life in the hands of the surgeon, how careful they are, how intricate they are. So all these thoughts are running in my head, right? Like, am I doing the right thing? And am I doing not? It's a rhetorical question almost. There's so many questions, but no answers. So, and that makes a dilemma situation for donors as well. But you come out, hoping for the best, and thinking positively helps. That think of the end game, think of where we will be after the surgery, and that's what motivated us. And let's not worry about it and leave it in the hands of doctors who are experts in this and who've shown comfort, who've shown data, who've shown expertise, and that's what helped in moving forward in my cause as well.
And Sanket, I can see a glimmer of happiness in your eyes to see your brother in the screen as well. Do you regret anything, or are you very proud that, hey, my buddy, my brother, my kid brother is here?
Absolutely not. In fact, in life, we take a lot of things seriously and we worry about a lot of things. My perspective has significantly changed after the transplant. What's important is in life, when you don't do some work, or you don't in your work, you don't finish a presentation and your boss gets mad and you stress out, all those don't matter. At the end of the day, health matters. It doesn't matter how much money you make and how important you are, how famous you are. If your health is bad, you're zero, right? So it came to a realization for me and Chris that health is important, and don't stress your life with nitty-gritty things. Focus on your health, and that's what makes you happy, right? So I do not regret anything, and in fact, I feel that I'm honored to actually being given that opportunity. It takes a lot of courage to get into it, but after it's done, you feel like you've done something in your life. You've done something that you were born for, right? Like it's like, I can pass away that feeling comfortable that, hey, I came into this life, I did something, and I'm accomplished something.
And Sanket, what a wonderful person you are. Not just because he's your brother that you did. You have done it with a good aura and energy that you wanted to do it. And you didn't argue with the wife. You gently convinced her that, hey, look, please support me here. The children are happy. You are happy. Chris, I'm going to come back to you in a moment. Kirit, bear with me a moment. Sunil, you actually deal with both the sides, the donor and recipient. Have you ever been put in a quandary where you have to actually be a conduit between the two, or have you had to keep it secret between the donor and recipient? We know the UK law are very simple, right of freedom of information. When have you had to mediate, and what memories have you got of that?
Well, so it's really important that the donor does this very willingly. At no point there is any pressure from the doctors, nurses, relatives, or family. That's the first thing I would say. Second thing, ideally, if I have a relation with the recipient, i.e., I'm looking after them at dialysis, I shouldn't be seeing the donor because I might be biased to help my patient. So the question you're asking, a mediation, we generally wouldn't do that mediation because it has to be absolutely voluntary decision about a donor to actually do this. Yes, we do support the donor if they want any additional information, counseling, all of that, but I wouldn't use the word mediation for that. Counseling is probably the right one. Is that okay?
Yes. Well, you're right, because we fall under United Kingdom NHS guidance. There are certain things we can do not, and we can't. Lijamol, we are trying to get hold of Lijamol because she faces this. She earlier mentioned when Lal Goel asked her that women in India donate much more than the men to other for donation. And Lijamol answered very clearly, because a woman, if it's a husband, she has to come forward. Otherwise, what will happen if something happens to the husband? She might be outcast in the family. Where will she go? And there's this bit of this social pressure. Chris, time to come to you. You did mention that, hey, I've got something in my body. I've got a scar to show and everything. It's a big bro who said, hey, I want my kid bro having almost equally good life. And, you have taken it nicely. You wanted to be an entrepreneur, and you surely will be. You have changed your lifestyle. as a moment, and this goes also to Ekta in a moment, how do you feel that Sanket had to let something go in his body, so you strive, very well. And you did mention that, yes, at sometimes it becomes a poignant moment to think about it. And you heard what Ekta said and what Kirit asked, that if the dad, which is Balraj, knew that it was the daughter initially, straight away, would he have swayed and said, not you, let's wait for the list and find somebody? What did you think, Chris, when Sanket straight away come and said, were you straight away happy, or what went in your mind?
It's a complicated question for sure. It's I actually still feel, I know my brother is like, yeah, it's a no-brainer and like all that stuff. Like he has that attitude, which makes him special. But for me, I'm still like, man, you shouldn't have done that. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, I don't know. I just feel like, somebody like my brother, obviously I get concerned, just like Balrajji, right? I mean, it's, I could feel his emotions, right? I mean, it's, it's ultimately, I want to make sure that he's good too. And he has his own family. And I still am, I still call him, right? Like, how are you doing? Like, are you okay? Like, is anything going on? And, and sometimes
And you are both, Chris, you are both on different state, aren't you? You are from different cities and state. Does it now make you feel that every occasion when you get together, does it feel special and straight away hug and this emotion?
Oh yeah, every time we meet, because we don't meet every day. So when we do meet, it's definitely a connection. It's definitely a bond. I have his organ inside me, so I feel like I have part of him inside me, so which is huge.
Wow.
So yeah, every time we meet, we're gonna meet again in a few weeks in Chicago. So I'm pretty excited about that. It's special every time we meet.
And when you meet again, hug each other and say, let's heal the earth slowly, because today you've helped a lot of people emotionally, psychologically, with Sunil's information, Kirit's information, yours, and now going to Scotland with Ekta and Balraj. Let's go to India, where Lijamal is there, and the time is coming something like 10 o'clock in the evening. Lijamal, you are a chief coordinator for organ transplant. You, many a time, because the Indian laws are different than United Kingdom, you've got more socially cohesive rules where you are allowed to talk to parties, although the ethic applies there as well. What are situations where you have to deal with same family and one says, please don't tell them, don't tell my mom or don't tell my brother, it's me as a donor, and you have to keep a bit of secret and yet observe the ethics, unlike slightly from UK, where Sunil very rightly said that it is nice to maybe counsel them as opposed to be a mediation. Lijamal, from your experience, what do you feel?
Are we talking about altruistic donations?
Yeah, donation, a donor and a recipient. If they are from same family and a donor doesn't want the recipient to know that the donor is a family member, how do you deal with it?
Actually, here we don't encourage that. It's just that we carry out only first-hand degree relatives donations only. So people know that who is the donor and the recipient.
Okay,
we
so
don't carry out that altruistic donation. Yeah.
It's made open. And let's go back to Scotland. Scotland is part of United Kingdom. Ekta, I love your accent because you are obviously speaking in Scottish and Daddy's got a neutral accent over there. Ekta, what do you feel, because you're sitting right next to Dad? Dad is an important community member. We just mentioned that he is a member of British Order of the British Empire. How would you feel that Dad is there and now extended his life, and you obviously don't regret? Did you have other members of your family saying, do you have to do, can't you not wait for somebody else? Or did you just come out straight and say, I want to do it for Daddy?
So I did say that's what I was going to do. There were other extended family members. So I had several conversations with my dad's sister, who was very reluctant for me to donate.
Yes.
And then there was other conversations with other family members somewhere. So the younger generation all understood. They had probably gone away and done some research themselves. So they were all in agreement that that was probably the best option for my dad. Him waiting on the organ donation list, he might have waited for years and he may never have got an organ donation.
Yes.
So for me, that was the only option. I suppose you take into view what other people say. I'm quite stubborn, quite strong-headed. So if I've made my decision, I've made my decision. So it wouldn't have mattered what anyone had said to me, even if my dad had said no. I suppose the process is long, or it was probably extended because of COVID. But it's a very long, draining process. You have to prove in the UK that, and I'm assuming it's the same, Dr. Neil in Leeds, but I had to prove that he was my father. I had to show evidence, pictures of our relationship as it's developed over the years. You know, we had meetings with counsellors, both of us did, to make sure there was no pressure being put on me. There was no financial gain to me from donation. So it's a long and lengthy process. But yes, people had conversations, some very, very supportive and others who were worried or concerned, a bit like my dad was. But I don't know if that's the older generation rather than the younger generation, because I would hope they will go away and they will look up things or they will question, and you can answer those with in an informative way to educate. So yes, I think that probably different people, different ages had different viewpoints.
Wow, thank you, Ekta. I mean, that's beautiful. Sunil, unmute yourself. I'm going to ask you a question. Sunil, when you were presenting with your stats, and you came out quite rightly, the global average for a good, healthy transplant of kidney generally guarantees almost 20 to 25 years. There is no guarantee of operation anyway, but 20 to 25 years. You know of some who have also celebrated 40. Ekta, you need to whisper in Dad's ears. He's 77 now. And if he pulls 25 years, which is almost norm, he has to live till 102. Is he willing to? Because he can have a full innings.
Yeah.
So write it to him. So Sunil, I love that you know some people. So chances are with the current advancement and current probabilities, you can extend right up to beyond 25 and up to 40 that you know. There might be a case with more. What do you feel when it comes to, say it was only 25 years, can we do a second transplant easily, and has it got equal chance, better chance, or lesser chance?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. So the 25 years is for a kidney from living person. When you get a kidney from a deceased person, that's roughly 12 to 15 years. So if, let's say, a child gets a kidney from deceased person, it's very likely that within the lifetime, they will need second, third, fourth kidney. Yep, because the medicines are really good these days. It is prolonging the life, but unfortunately, the kidneys don't last that long. So you're right that second one, third one, it does get difficult in terms of surgical technical challenge, but also the immune system can be a bit more active and can increase rejection. So it does pose more challenge second time one. This is why we want to get first time right. So one of the things that's happening in UK, we got a organ utilization group, which is going to be a massive, big thing happening. What we want to do really is for younger people, we want to get more young kidneys so it can last longer, a better matched kidney so it can last longer. And for older people, they will get more older kidneys because obviously, 15 years for, let's say, somebody in 70s, that may be what they need. What we know today is a lot more people are actually dying with a functioning kidney. So if you think about the utilitarian argument, if you're getting kidney from deceased donor, that's where the utilitarian comes. So young kidney to young people, old kidney to old people. And yes, what we want to do really is when we get the kidney in, it lasts as long as it can. Otherwise, we do run into trouble for second, third time.
Sunil, another very important question, and this is nice that people are very much concerned about kidney transplant. HealThy, thank you very much. You are waiting there. Keep on smiling. You are next, and we are going to involve you. Kirit will bring HealThy on here. Doesn't matter if you have to extend the program. We'll go to Texas a bit later. So HealThy will shortly involve you in this because you are a double lung transplant recipient, which is going to be exciting to even talk to Sunil. Now, what happens? What is the criteria for the donor? Because does the donor have to even start looking for something after 20, 25 years? Or the donor has the natural life what was granted to the donor?
Okay, so 2 points here. So the kidneys are given to us surplus, and they're going to last much longer than what a human can live. So just to give an example, you lose 1% kidney after age of 40. So even when a healthy condition, when you're 100 years of age, you still have 40% kidney working. Obviously, if you got other health issues, then that goes down. Now, the question you're asking is, if somebody has donated one kidney, can they live rest of the life quite okay with one kidney? Well, I think that is what data is saying. So we now got data for the last 4 decades from all the developed countries. Unfortunately, we don't have that much data from Indian subcontinent in terms of long-term outcomes. But if you look at Northern America, Europe, UK, we got now data saying 30 to 40 years from kidney donation, they are living healthy lives. Yes, there are minor complications that such as high blood pressure they may develop, etc. But generally speaking, a donor needing a kidney for themselves is extremely rare. Just to give you an example, in UK, we have 12,000 donors, and we give a report at every year as how the donors are doing. And from my last reading, only one donor was waiting for the kidney transplant themselves. The second point is when a donor requires a kidney transplant, they would be given extra points compared to other, other general population. And I know that varies between countries. I think America is probably more into that, where you could be prioritized, whereas in UK you will get some extra points compared to others. But essentially, it's very rare for a donor to actually end with a kidney failure to need a transplant themselves. Have I answered your question? Sorry, Neil.
Yes, thank you, Sunil. This is what everybody wants to know. I concur with what you have just said. So this sorts Sanket and Ekta out, including Balrajji, because he's going to hit a century and beyond if he just keeps on smiling. Let's go to Chris. Chris, how old are you? Unmute yourself, Chris. Over to you. Unmute, please. Thank you.
Yes, I am 39. I just turned 39 a few months ago.
So, Chris, I believe from your smile and everything, you will live more than 90 plus VAT there. So I
hope so.
At 39, assume you pull in 40 more years, which Sunil has got some data. You might need something at the tail end. Sunil, what's the normal procedure? Those who are transplanted and may probably require second, and you will talk from the UK point of view, and Chris will talk from the American point of view. Are they automatically on the list?
So generally speaking, in UK, we would put them on the list when the kidney function goes below 15% and it's continuously going down. That's when we'll start them on the list. This is to avoid them slipping into dialysis. So generally speaking, people will need dialysis when the kidney function is around 8 to 10%. That's sort of an average number when they start dialysis. So we want to list them much earlier than what they need dialysis. Otherwise, you could imagine quite a lot of people will just slip into dialysis. So we monitor the transplant patient quite regularly, almost 3 to 4 monthly appointments long term. And that's when we assess. And if we see that the kidney function is declining, we do a lot of data type approach to see when this kidney will hit 10%, and then we decide when to list them. But essentially, we'll list them much earlier, hopefully.
Thank you, Sunil. So look, they are monitored. Maybe they've got a continuous record going on. Chris, at your end, in America, as we say that you're going to go way beyond, and Sanket is smiling that you'll be there ad infinitum, hopefully. What are your thoughts, and what is not a procedure? Do the local health authority contact you and say, look, 10 or 15 years time, we want to see you and monitor you, or are you in a constant monitor in America? What are the American regulations?
Yeah, I had my transplant at UCLA in Los Angeles. So obviously the first year of my transplant, I mean, I met them every month. After that, they expect me to visit them every year at least once for life. So yeah, I mean, whether it is over a Zoom call, if everything looks fine, or in person. So I'm in their system effectively. Right now I'm in Austin, Texas. I moved to Texas with my family, but I go out there every time I need to meet them. I do have a local nephrologist. Like I said, I do visit him every 3 to 4 months or so, just to keep tabs on my health. But outside of that, that's the local care that I get. Yeah.
So Krish, you are connected to Healing Our Earth. We would like our Dr. Sunil to maybe keep in touch with your nephrologist, exchange some ideas. Let's grow the family. At Healing Our Earth, we make live introduction and we grow the family, because it's important that we grow the family, So it's very good that, we expand the family. Sunil has just made a comment. So Sunil, let's come to you, and let's also, Kirit, let's introduce Hetal, because you know Hetal very well. And Sunil, if you don't mind, stay around, because it's becoming important. Although we are slightly going from kidney to lung, which is also very important, and particularly when you're older and if you've got things like water retention and pneumonia and etc. So Sunil, you just made one comment about young donor. Is that what you said?
I think Ratan, PKG mentioned that he knows somebody who's going 47 years after having a kidney from a dead person. And I said, yes, that is possible. The recipient must have received a young kidney and a very good match. So yes, it is possible that kidney can last longer even after from a dead person. But I was giving just an average number, essentially.
Well, Sanket is very much alive. Sanket gave his kidney while he was alive. And Chris, you have got a chance of maybe just the only transplant you have got. And hey, buddy, I might be gone 50 years from now, but wherever we are from, we'll connect via WhatsApp. You can tell us how you feel. Stay around. Let's go to smiling Hetal, who has got a different form of transplant. Kirit, introduce Hetal to us. Over to you.
Okay, so thank you. That was I'd like to introduce Hetal. Hetal is from Leicester. Global namaste to you, Hetal. Hetal's one of our ambassadors as well, because as I said earlier, I keep going on. Krish, Sankit, and PK, and you are the people who really going through the journey, and you're the right people who can tell and provide that message. We can educate, we can provide that, but it's more of your personal journey from that lived experience. So Hetal, over to you, because since you've had your double lung transplant, you've been doing amazing with participating in the transplant games. So you tell our viewers a bit of your story, really. And
hi everyone, namaste. So I had my double lung transplant 6 years ago. No, I'm not a smoker. It's not due to smoking. I don't smoke. I've never touched it. I suffer from an illness called cystic fibrosis, which is the illness that affects many of your organs. One of them is major organ is digestive system, and obviously the lungs. Over the time, the respiratory starts dropping, and I used to get chest infections regularly. I used to be in hospital for IV antibiotics, say 2 to 3 times a year. Stayed in hospital for 2 weeks, getting the chest cleared with IV and physiotherapy and medication. As I grow older, I started doing it at home, juggling education and antibiotics, hospital stays, and then obviously going to university and juggling it all together, doing physiotherapy on myself. Then came work, and then one day my lung just collapsed, and this was when I was working. Yeah, my lung collapsed. I think over time, there's lots of scarring on the lungs, the tissues, etc., due to all the chest infections and clearing it. So I was told actually, obviously lung transplant is the way forward for me. So I was very fortunate. I had the lungs within a month, exactly a month, simply because I had, say, someone with the same match. Now, she wasn't Indian. So you don't have to be, you don't have to have someone with the same background. She's Christian. She was about 4 or 5 years older than me. It was, so I heard, it was obviously I asked questions, and naturally you're allowed to. It was a sudden death, and they said, well, just rang up one day saying there's two, there's a pair of lungs, they're healthy, and are you ready? And I thought, yeah, I was very, very, like I said, very fortunate. Got there, and it was the first attempt, whereas usually it might not be suitable for you. So I went to the hospital, they do bloods, they do all the checks they need to do, and yeah, I was there, I had it done. And recovery process after that, I found it long at the time, but thinking back, it was only 18 days in hospital for me. I was very lucky. Within 48 hours, I was out of bed. They have to get you moving, as you kidney patients know as well. Recovery is literally getting up, start moving, even if it's a bit of walking, up, down, sitting. Again, like Dr. Daga said, it's not cured. It's not a cure. An organ donation, a transplant isn't a cure. I've still got cystic fibrosis. I still have to take digestive tablets. If I get a chest infection, I have to clear my lungs. Touch wood, I had post-transplant, I've had it twice. Touch wood, I've been very lucky that way. For me, it's for majority of people, especially with cystic fibrosis, it's from changing one illness to another. So I've still got cystic fibrosis. I've had the double lung transplant. It's extended my life expectancy. I've had that. However, it comes with other complications. I'm diabetic. I've had that before my transplant, but I was type 2. I'm type 1 now, insulin. So I'm on that. I've got diabetes. I've got kidney issues, which was quite informative, this information. I've on stage 3 kidney disease. I couldn't tell you my function. I wouldn't know. I'm hoping the next stage isn't a major organ transplant again, because my body's been through a lot. I've had liver, not transplant, I had liver resection. I had precancer cells on my liver, got part of my liver removed, and now there's this. But for me, they say it's probably medication. So if it is what they think it is, I might have to change my immunosuppressants, but the immunosuppressants I'm on is what you kidney patients take, which is tacrolimus. I don't know if you take the Adaport, some of you, I don't know, but they think it could potentially be that, but it doesn't make sense if that's what kidney patients have. So a bit of a dilemma here. So we're just waiting. I just had a biopsy on Wednesday, waiting for the results, which will take up to a month, and I'm going on a holiday. It's not helping, but so post-transplant, I've been good. My life has improved dramatically. Like Kivit said, I've been taking part in transplant games the past 2 years. It's been amazing. It's been nice meeting other recipients who've been through the same journey. Before, I'd be coughing, chest infections throughout the day. Now, touch wood, I'm clear. Life is totally different now. I can stay up till late, whereas before I'd get so tired, I'd get wheezy. Medication took a lot. Treatment took a lot of my time with physio. Half an hour, twice a day, nebulizers, half an hour, 2 to 3 times a day, and juggling work life, education life, and doing all that, including antibiotics when I needed them. That's all touch wood gone, although probably antibiotics once a year if need be. If I'm fortunate, if I'm lucky enough to even have just once a year, I'd be okay with it, as long as not often. But yeah, no, I'm doing a lot better than what I was. Any questions? Anything else you can say?
Yeah, no, thank you. And again, it's people like Hetal, but also we connected through her aunt, who's here already. It was Nalini Ben. This is how we get the connections, because sometimes it's hard to get people who've gone through transplants from the hospitals referring or getting involved in our charity. So we've got to find people through community networks, which has been great. So that's great. So Hetal, you've explained your life transplant. In terms of, I know we've spoken many times on this, but in terms of you always give thanks to your donor, because obviously without your donor, you wouldn't have had the transplant. What important message would you like to obviously give it to our viewers in terms of the importance of
like we've always said, be an organ donor. You're not just saving a life, you're improving it. I mean, it's great, living donors, that's brilliant. And how, while you're still doing it. Even if you're not, just being registered as an organ donor, you could help someone who's on their deathbed. I mean, like I said, I was very fortunate. But the lady who was staying next door to me in the hospital, she was waiting longer than me. I had my transplant, I was at home and she was still there. And then unfortunately, she didn't get that gift, and you just think there's so many billions out there who can just register as an organ donor. We're not going to know what's happened to it. And like you said, it's a done. You're saving someone. You're a hero. You'll always be remembered because that lady now is a part of me. It's part of her still living on. Yeah, I did touch base with the parents of the lady, her family. You don't hear back, but that's absolutely fine. They've done what they need to. It's thanks to them as well, because I'm assuming they could always go back and say no, they don't want to. But again, thanks to them, I'm here. So you're just saving lives at the end of the day. That's the biggest achievement anyone can do.
Milbai, have we got any questions in there online for HealThy?
I have got a question for her, HealThy. HealThy, you've been through quite a lot. You're still smiling. What is driving you and how do you psych yourself up, and what example we can set to others? Because it wasn't just lung transplant. Now you are also taking care of other probabilities of other organs.
Mm-hmm.
What drives you?
Well, honestly, I think I owe it to my donor, right? I owe it to them. I've got to live my best life. And that is, for me, my routine is literally 3 times a week in the gym. I used to do that before, but not religiously, not as often. I try and do it 4 times a week. And if I'm not gymming, like at the moment, I had my kidney biopsy, I can't go to the gym for 2 weeks. So I go for daily walks, at least an hour in the morning. If I don't get it done in the morning because of work, then I try and do it in the mid-afternoon, a bit here, a bit in the evening, to try and stay active. I try and play badminton when I can. Try my best to eat healthy, especially with diabetes. It's hard, but again, I've just tried to stay motivated. Some days we all have our off days, but we just have to get out there, right? Because it's either that or being stuck in hospital. And I've been there many times feeling sorry for myself, but the only way to keep away from that is doing my best to look after myself, my health, my mental health as well.
So you have decided that you want to make days beautiful and happy, and you've taken charge of your life. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And Sunil, who is a doctor here, he's a nephrologist, he says you are a very good Garba dancer as well, and you play good Garba. Is that right?
I have. I do take part in Garba. I've raised awareness there as well. At my community hall, in front of like hundreds of people, I shared my story, showed some pictures, and and that day we did well in terms of people did register, and especially with the Indian community, it's very hard to get them to register as an organ donor because some of them don't believe in it, and someone ask questions like, what will happen to my body after? Well, then, there's loads of questions that people will have naturally. But again, they see what you were before from the photos and after, and the impact, the change in life that I am still able to do these things that I couldn't do before.
So HealThy, don't worry what will happen to your body or something. Your body is there because right now you've got this positive thinking, you've got a bit of smile on your face. Right now, live in the present moment and be a good sample and example for everybody. And shortly, Navratri is coming, so get your chanya choris out and everything. and Kirit and Sunil, and they will visit there and stay around. We are going to move on to Texas, where there is Ayurveda Mela going on. But just before we do that, Kirit, let's go around and we ask final tip for Chris, how to motivate to be happy. Final tip from Balrajji, how to do, and same tips from HealThy. This is an inspiration for you. You are a living example of recipients of organ donors. Chris, over to you in America, where it's gone past lunchtime in New York, and I think you're in Los Angeles. Is that right?
I'm in Austin. I'm in Central Time, but yes, it is lunchtime almost. So,
And
I think
Chris, you heard what HealThy has gone. It wasn't just now, not just lungs. There are other, but
Yeah.
she has decided she is going to fight anything that comes. Come hell, come high water. She is going to glide and watch this Navratri. Lester, if you are there, watch out for HealThy Mystery. And she's going to show you, you can enjoy Navratri regardless of your state of mind. Chris, are you going to enjoy Navratri, or do you play Navratri, or do you still?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I grew up in New Jersey in Edison, so Garba was an everyday. It was a big thing. It was a big deal.
So you are going to send your picture in a yeah, you're going to be enjoying Garba and doing Dandiya. HealThy is going to send lots of pictures from Chania Choris, everything, and we'll share it in our global family of Healing Our Earth. And we go to Scotland, Balraj and Ekta. Ekta, your views. Do you go to Navratri in Scotland, the 9 nights of Ras and Garba?
Yes, we do. They don't have, they generally only do 1 or 2 nights. So yes, no, we do generally go. Yes. It's
so
something
isn't it beautiful? That is positive. And does Balraj ji, does he sort of gently move around in the Garbas as well, or he comes to visit with you?
Well, he'll go if there's any function. So he's involved in, they're trying to set up a new mandir here. So he's involved in that. So he's proactive. He'll be going every day. I think they've got a 7-day program. So he'll go every day. But I won't be able to go. I've got a little one. So we will go though over the weekend when she's able to stay up a wee bit later.
Wow, beautiful. So HealThy, there you are. You've got Scotland who will follow you. You've got America in Houston, they will follow you. Sunil is already smiling. He's not going to miss out on any pictures. You know, here comes. Isn't it wonderful that we can be like one family and inspire each other, motivate each other, and effectively love, harness, unity, harmony. That is what Healing Our Earth is about. We are very proud of you. Thank you to our producer for today, Kirit Mistry, who is a regular part of Healing Our Earth from Saha Group and encourages people for health awareness, and to everybody at Healing Our Earth, and to all of you who came today and you shared not just your personal moments, but you gave the tips to us. I think we want to bring you more in our Healthy Life features, because Healthy Life is going to be a big launch next April from Mauritius with various governments coming. It is a Healing Our Earth initiated program. We need each one of you because you are a living example of positive thinkers. We are very proud of you. Kirit, over to you.
So again, thank you for all of you for joining and sharing your personal stories. But I think the key thing in this is that we sometimes have the barriers of some of our own communities to try and get the message out. So wherever you have the opportunity, like Balaji, you know, you're connecting with a lot of, you know, you're a community leader, you can influence and open doors to get awareness into mandiras, gurdwaras, mosques, etc. So that's what we need to continue to do, because, you know, if we don't get the message out, if we don't raise awareness, people will, you know, only start thinking about it when it affects them, and we need to get the message out a lot sooner, and we need to save more lives. So that's really my final message is, again, thank you all of you for taking time to give your story. This is going out, and this recording will be shared all over. So you would have touched somebody going through this, and hopefully this has given them confidence to reach out for help. So thank you again.
And furthermore, Kirit, they're all part of Healing Our Earth. You are now full members of Healing Our Earth. There is no key to Healing Our Earth. There are no windows. There are no doors. It's an open house of love, harmony, unity, peace, and liberty. Walk in whenever you feel like. Share contacts. Chris, make sure your nephrologist and Sunil chats, because we can exchange different data and information. Stay around just for next 10 minutes. We are going to go to Texas, where our very special tapas member is waiting, because next Sunday they are bringing a very good Ved Mela at the Radha Krishna temple. So a global namaste to you. Dhanada, how are you? You need to unmute yourself again, please. Your sound is not there. Dhanada. The sound is not on. Yes, can you speak now? No, you need, the sound is still not, carry on again, try again, please. Just
Global
properly.
namaste to all of you.
And a global namaste to you. What did you feel from Hetal's inspiration? And Dhanada, you were just with one of the famous Garba and Ras dancer just day before yesterday in your costume, and Hetal is threatening to come out in different chania choris and everything and inspire people that even if you are on organ transplant, you can do Garba and Ras. What do you think, Dhanada?
I first of all, I would really want to thank you, everyone who is doing this, and as a platform from Team Global Namaste to you all. Healing Earth is wonderfully putting every subject together, but this subject is very near to my heart also. I just wanted to quickly share Ayurvedic or the historical review of body organ donation, and the first person who started this as a body organ donation process is, according to Indian mythology, the first occurrence of body organ donation happened by Rishi Dadichi. If you don't know, this description is in Puranas, that he donated his bones of his lifetime to Devraj Indra in the preparation of auspicious weapon for defeating Vritrasur, who was a demon wanting to take over all the earth, and it is enlisted and referenced into our books and samhitas in Ayurvedic studies. But this comes from our literature to our today's institutional process, that the way our culture and the defeat to the resistance of towards all of the demons happening in worldwide. So body organ donation is really very useful, and it's a lot to understand how it helps to people, and I'm a great advocate of that. Thank you so much. Just wanted to get that. And Hetalji, you are welcome. There's so many events of Garbas happening here. Neelji, she's really very welcome in our stories and our Veda Mela. So now I'll just open up a little bit more about the Veda Mela. Veda Mela is basically our concept of bringing and celebrating Ayurveda professionals and Ayurveda Day. We are Texas Ayurveda Professional Association. This is our first time Veda Mela bringing to Radhakrishna Temple in Allen. We're doing Saturday and Sunday, both the days 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And this Veda Mela features not only just Ayurveda, but a gathering of every Vedic craft applied to the new science, which is Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, Vastu, Vedic astrology, Chinese traditional medicine. And we have no boundaries because we are adding Vedic music, we are adding Vedic dance, and there are a lot of people. We have already 200 plus people registered. This vibrant fusion of wisdom, wellness, and celebration happening. We are empowering our community with this program, and more from the guest of honors and media representatives. Anu is here. Anu, if you would like to come and join to let us know our guest of honors list and congressmen and everybody who is joining. Thank you. Unmute yourself, Anu. You are mute.
Okay, one moment. We need to unmute her. While we do that, just one moment. Dhanada, just tell us a bit more that the Veda Mela is not just a Mela, but it's at a very auspicious place called Radhakrishna Temple, where we are also bringing a bit of calmness, sereneness, and we are going to go live next Sunday in the mental health episode, because it will be very calming and soothing down there, that you are also going to show us around live there. And it will also have a bit of conference element and also integration element. So tell us a bit more, and then we go to Anu in a moment.
Yeah, so what we are bringing is we're not doing classroom setup type of Ayurveda conference. It's not a tie and suit conference, but it's more of a celebration. We want to give the educational wisdom with celebrating the indigenous traditions, all the traditional ceremonial aspect of our culture, and our embroidery for Ayurveda yoga is not it's not just a medical science, but it's more of a conscious based and our body mind soul approach. And what that uniqueness we bring is we showcasing how do a yagya happen, why the yagya for the health. So we are doing a Dhanvantari home, Dhanvantari yag. We have several people sponsored it. We have been offering Ayurveda free consultation clinic. This is our first concept. We have 20 to 30 Ayurveda professionals join to do the free Ayurveda medical camp, free clinic for the public. We're doing skin and hair care workshop. We're doing Ayurveda cooking workshop. We have a kids Vedic talent showcasing Gita chanting, Shiva Mahimna chanting, and much more. We have a Vastu workshop going, seminars coming from global speakers. We are showcasing our professional people, Agni Karma, which is like a Marma Chikitsa, very ancient treatment of Ayurveda for the pain management. And last but not the least, the most important thing is we are giving away thousands of dollars of samples, free t-shirts, free bags, free raffles to our public. So hopefully our this year's Veda Mela is exponentially growing into next year, and we already getting so much blessing from every organization that is collaborating and helping us doing the great work. And also, yeah,
and
go ahead.
furthermore, this is not just one day, it's next Saturday and Sunday at the Radha Krishna Temple in Allen in Texas. So if you are in America, you are nearby, just go. You can register free. If you want any further information, texasayurveda.org. Very simple. Go on there and you can see, and if you got the phone ready, you can scan these attendees, sponsors, or vendors. Anu will tell us more. So it's from 7 in the morning till 7 in the evening with yoga, meditation, so many things with stalls there, and also free Ayurveda clinic. There will be more than 20 people there who can help you there live. Is that right, Anu?
That's correct. That's correct. And thank you so much for having us today, because we are so excited. It's just less than 7 days a week that, coming. We are just overwhelmed with all the questions. And more than anything, Neelji, that the support that we are getting from the community is so amazing. And to tell you, the Consul General, of Houston, the office has responded, and especially the U.S.-India Chamber of Commerce is part of our, event, and the county commissioner, the police department, the fire department, and also the deputy mayor of the city, and Texas state representative, they all are going to be, and especially the big media partners from the TV and also the radio, they have been continuously, talking about how amazing this Mela is going to be and why you should attend this one, and how to take advantage of it. It's really, really something people are very excited. And yesterday we had.
Anu, this is
Yes.
just this far. I mean, in the next 5 days, because the word is spread around so much on the radio and on the social media, more personalities are joining in, and it's not just a Mela where it's exhibition, it's interactive, free surgery.
Very
which means
interactive.
you can actually talk to Ayurveda experts who will take time to actually show you. And Dhanada mentioned that there are also gifts to take away. There are several hundreds of dollars there. It's all free. Register yourself now. If you register even by Tuesday, you'll be lucky. Tomorrow midnight, I think, is it till 2nd of October? We're keeping it free.
Yes. Yes.
It is completely free for
It's completely
everyone
free
who attends.
for everyone.
Yes, and it's at the temple. So the beautiful part is the aura, the energy will be so beautiful. And those who are listening on Healing Our Earth in our social media, on YouTube, Facebook, website, Twitter, Twitch, remember,
yes.
we will go live. Anu will come live on following Sunday. She will show us around, and there is also Tasha dolls there. So it's not just
Dol
Ayurveda.
Tasha Nilji is going to be one of a kind that no one wants to miss. And also during the homam, I think we do have a drums that is like, it's going to be one of a kind. And everyone is very excited. And even if it's so early in the morning, 7:30, they all said that we will come and support and we'll watch and we'll enjoy this unique program that, Tapas is putting together. And if still anyone wants to volunteer, come and just, be part of it, they're more than welcome. Please do contact us and we'll be happy to have them. And there is a plenty of space that we want them to just be, a big part of our team.
Anu, shall we remind the viewers what TAPAS stands for? Because it's not just for this festival, it's actually an association. Shall we remind them what TAPAS is?
Okay, Dhanada, you want to talk a little bit about it? Because I know that last time we did, but
TAPAS is an acronym which means Texas Ayurveda Professionals Associations and Students. So TAPAS also is a Sanskrit word for seeking the truth, and we are thriving to seek everyone to let them understand about the power of Ayurveda, to learn with their approach of holistic kind, mind, body, and soul together. So this is a need of the hour, and it could go all across beyond age, beyond any region, religion, anything. We want to embrace all the people they are involved here. There's a huge group of Ayurveda professionals, probably 50 plus students have already signed, and they are all very excited to learn different Ayurveda celebrative occasions. So
Dhanada, what is important when you mention that and students, so we don't even ignore the students. If you are in a process of learning, even they are embraced by this association. You see these two wonderful ladies, women empowerment, empower women, you empower humanity. And it's going to be such a good festival. So Healing Our Earth has decided to go live during the World Mental Health Day next Sunday, where Kirit will be there, Dr. Amrita, Professor Ish Sharma will be there. Sunil, what do you think? Because, Ayurveda, again, from an Indian point of view for several thousands years, is again part of healthy life. What do you think with what they are doing in Allen, in Texas?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say specialist opinion, but at a personal level, I think it's a great thing. I do believe that in some ways that's a lost science. It's become more like an art, but I really hope there will be more scientific data that actually will allow wider use. That's probably the biggest challenge I feel when it comes to Ayurvedic. But in terms of as a personal Hindu, I really feel that we need to do a lot of work to get that in forefront and use the methodology that will allow wider acceptance and use.
Well, there you are, Dhanada. This comes from a medical doctor who is saying, yes, let's integrate, because integration is the process after pandemic and COVID. People know that, yes, we can integrate and find a middle ground. We don't have to create medicines. We just have to create a healthy way of life. Chris, you are in America as well. And what do you think of this wonderful Mela that they are planning in Radhakrishna Temple in Texas?
Yeah, no, I think it's great. I mean, it's actually the all the aspects of it, especially around the spiritual and the meditation aspect. I mean, that helped me quite a bit when I was in that state of mind after my transplant. With my hypertension, I think that was the only thing that actually helped me. Just meditation and yoga and just being in anything to do with the mind. It's just such an impossible thing to recover from. So I think those are the only practices that I did that actually impacted me. So I'm really, so Chris, a lot to me.
Chris, you can go and register free on there. Just go to texasayurveda.org, register free, tell all your friends. They can just register. If they are in that state, they can come and visit. If not, online, next Sunday, we will show at least 30 minutes of different facets. Let's share this happiness, unity, liberty, peace, harmony, and share the knowledge. What you like, you take. What you don't like, okay, move on. There is no problem over there. HealThy, you will now have the contact number for both Anu and Dhanada, because you're going to share. Anu and Dhanada were actually just day before yesterday. They went to a festival, actually dressed up in the Eastern outfit, and they really enjoyed. It's so beautiful. So they will share it with you. And HealThy, you promise you are going to rock Leicester Garba. You remember Leicester Garba started from Granby Halls? I know, because I was the one who started them. And they were the biggest on the earth at that time, 5,000 people. It was the first mega Navratri of this country. Then came Alexandra Palace and Herald Center. Because you're from UK, you know all this place. HealThy, you are going to rock the place in Leicester and say to people, you are an epitome of positive thinking, okay?
Thank you.
So that's beautiful.
Neil, just to add one quick thing is all of our volunteers that we have given an opportunity, like when Dr. Dhanada mentioned students. So from 16-year-old to 25-year-old, they came forward to participate in this one and, committed their both days to serve on this volunteer committee. So that is one of our biggest achievement, I should say, because with their studies, everything going on with the stress level, I think this is one of the best time that they will be spending with us during this Mela. So please do encourage younger ones to come and work with us.
That's the reason why we want to share it during the mental health week as well, because it includes Ayurveda, the temple, the people behind it. So it's very important. And together like this as a family, we can grow, support each other, and really enjoy. Kirit, your views. You are the producer for the episode today. What are your views of what's going to happen in Texas?
No, I think it's amazing to reach out to our communities but most importantly, I think what you're doing, as Sunil Bhai said, is that evidence-basing Ayurveda and Ayurvedic medicine principles, something that our university here are now looking into and wanting to get some research around that. And I think the research could be global. So with collaboration with USA, with UK, to get that research that we need, and even with India, and hopefully the summit in Mauritius will start to get us to start getting all of the experts like yourselves together, and hopefully we can do this. Your Veda Mela can be then going around other countries, so we can try it in the UK next year and connect all the Ayurvedic practitioners here in the UK to do something. So congratulations and well done.
And Kirit, Dhanada is also going to be involved in the Mauritius summit. As soon as she finishes this, then she's also part of Florida ANCAM, which is there, which is beautiful as well. And as is Anu, there are a team which are involved. And then she's now part of Healing Our Earth. And the good thing is, Dhanada is very clear. You mentioned scientific and everything. She wants to bring accreditation too. So she's working very hard, and it's exact thing that we require, which is beautiful. And together we are growing as a family. We are very proud of Tapas, what they are going to do at the Vedmela, at the Radha Krishna temple in Allen in Texas. Register free. It's free to register now. Ayurveda, tapasayurveda.org. Just go there, tap into it, register free. It will be good for you. We've got one of our team members. Lata, unmute yourself. You've got a question or a comment. We've also got Dipti from Egypt. She is here as well. She's our team member. These are all internal team members, very professional people. They're also contributors. So Dipti is from Egypt. So it's a part of Africa where some of you might know, and it's beautiful. And Lata is from London. Lata, unmute yourself. And what comment have you got?
Global Namaste, all the family here. It's been a great session. Thank you, Kirit. Is it Kirit?
Yes, Kirit Mistry.
Yeah, Mistry. So it's been really, really great to see the the love the ladies here have shown and the excitement that they're bringing this Mela, Ayurveda Mela, down to us. It's like you're pioneering, and I really want to give you my congratulations for this wonderful, wonderful thing. I'm envious that it's not in London, so you are the leaders. Isn't it amazing, Neil?
Yes, it's beautiful. We do have melas. Actually, Kirit gets involved in health melas, and he goes to big mela. He's also at Trafalgar Square in a big way. He brings a health outreach. And Kirit has already said that, look, let's work out and improve and bring some of the Americans into Midlands as well.
Yeah.
Because Leicester is the place where things started in this country. All the festivals actually started from Leicester and going back for years. So yes, it's beautiful. And Lata, it's wonderful to have your comment. Let's go to Egypt. We'll shortly be closing. Let's go to Egypt and we go to Dipti. Dipti actually next week on the mental health, she's also going to come as a speaker and as a panelist both. She'll stay around and she'll bring her tips. Dipti, global namaste all the way there in Egypt. How are you?
Global namaste to everybody. So excited to see you all. And it's really quite heartening to know that you people are up to doing some kind of Mela, Ayurveda Mela. I am not an Ayurveda person. I'm technically an engineer, but I have deep interest. I'm working on a lot of projects with Ayurveda in Africa with traditional healers through the Africa Studies Center. So because of that, I was forced to study and read more about Ayurveda. I would love to hear more, know more about Ayurveda. And my heartiest congratulations to everybody. Looking forward to that.
On the technology note, I will tell you there's a one Yogi5 technology company who has invented an app called Face Nadi. And they just approached us yesterday for keeping for people. If you just take your phone like a camera, you could find your own constitutional, what kind of food, what kind of a color, what kind of diet, what kind of all these you could be good for yourself according to Ayurvedic prakritis of Vata, Pitta, Kaphas. And we are launching that here. And we are having, since we are having free clinic, all the Ayurveda professionals will be there. And soon their claim is in another couple of years, it should be in the every app in the United States, like Best Buy and other things. And they're working really hard with the Indian Ayush Ministry also. So technology and Ayurveda and digitized age is so much combining and going forward, like you said, Diptiji. And also, I would really like to thank you, Kiritji, for making a vision and a great manifestation for Veda Mela to go internationally. We would love to come and host and help anything. Would love to, Neilji is there, Lataji is there. So very, very thank you for blessing us.
And what Kirit said, he already told you, and you are involved for the Summit Mauritius Festival. Now the festival, because of the government are involved, is going to be longer. It will start from Mahashivratri in February and go right to Hanuman Jayanti in April. They want to make it annual, so it's looking good. We're going to have yogathon, meditathon, plantathon, walkathon way earlier. And the app that you are saying, you will actually meet the people from Ministry of Ayush in Mauritius, where 3 of the Ayush Ministry people are part of Healing Our Earth now as producers as well. So just stick to Healing Our Earth. It's a temple with no windows, no doors, no security, no donation, nothing required. It's just love, unity, peace, and harmony. Come and join, and you are all welcome. And for the Mauritius Summit Festival, April 2024, that's the place where many governments will be launching with us through Healing Our Earth, Healthy Life. Healthy has got 7 letters in it called Heal and Die. So Heal, Die, Life. We'll take one more comment here from Meeta. Meeta, you've been listening for at least last hour and a half, and global namaste to you, and how are you?
Global namaste. Thank you, Neil. And thank you everyone for the contribution. It was very interesting.
to see, how people have been dedicating and donating for the life of others, family members or unknown donors as well. So it's a very benevolent task to lose a part of your body, your organ. It's a big decision. So another thing which I was wondering was how Ayurveda can help, like, pranayama and yoga can help in the recovery of both the organ donor and also the receiver. Because I was looking at one of the articles and it says that the stem cells trafficking of, just the stem cells undergo regulated trafficking from the developmental stage to be to the adulthood. So their migration is critical in this. So if anyone can,
Yes, I can help you in that, Meetaji. See, Ayurveda believes in quality of life. Even though people, after the cancer or organ donation, what happens is to go back into their quality of life. The evidence-based science shows that many diseases during pandemic was hit on the people that they were having some lifestyle underlying issues, whereas diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and autoimmune diseases were the number one cause where the deaths has happened, according to the WHO studies. So if you could take that all and apply it to quality of life of each person, because it is a personalized and individualized approach. It is not just one drug to all, although we need that, as Sunilji said, we definitely need to, it's time for us to integrate, it's time for humankind to take what's best from other pathies and apply that. So what Ayurveda's magic secret is to improve the quality of life. Adding pranayama, yoga is one of the tools, but Ayurveda has such a beautiful natural herbs, the tools of dinacharya, rutucharya, which is the daily lifestyle protocol, and then seasonal protocol, and how to improve the immune system after organ donation is because they are still, it's the organ they have got donated is still a foreign body for them, right? So the foreign body to assimilate the homeostasis inside, there are a lot of Ayurveda researched and evidence-based herbs and some supplements, minerals. There is a study for nanoparticles like Swarna Bhasma and all. We can talk on and on that, but I'll tell you, a lot of people that they do some kind of these practices, even our grandparents or our mom and dad, if you look at their lifestyle and just take a moment of what they're doing differently than what we're doing, you will find a big, huge difference of how we proceed our life in fast pace and how they are proceeding. So it's just a matter of fact of improving that patient's quality of life. That's where we would come in as Ayurvedic physicians or Ayurvedic philosophy. You can take and help all of people, and they could lead their life normally, like HealThy and I forgot the name, other person. They're doing an amazing job here. Thank you for sharing this too.
Dhanada, thank you very much. We wish you all the best for Veda Mela 2023 in Allen in Texas. If you need to register, it is free right now. And yes. Anu, remind them of the website, tapasayurveda.org. Can you tell them again?
TexasAyurveda.org.
Texas Ayurveda, right. TexasAyurveda.org.
Ayurveda.org. TexasAyurveda.org. Or you can just go and look at the recording again and scan over there. It's been wonderful to have you, and to remind people, next week, we are doing the World Mental Health Day, where we will go live between 2 and 3 British time, which will be 9 and 10 a.m. New York time. And whoever is listening, you'll be able to see what's going on in the Mela itself live, because it's going to bring mental peace for you as well. Meanwhile, I would like to thank our very new producer now. He has been a presenter and he has been a host and he has been a contributor. Now he's a producer, our Kirit Mistry from Midlands, from Saha Group. Kirit, welcome on board of the producer team list. And Hetal, who has threatened everybody that, hey, Navratri, you're going to rock with Chania Choris. She's going to share some of her picture. Hetal, you are a very good example of never to give up. It is not just lungs. It is not just kidney. You're fighting the battle from all ground, but look at the smile and look at the happiness you have created to people on social media. We are very proud of you, HealThy.
Thank you. It's nice being on here and sharing my story. I know Kirit's got my story somewhere, so I'm sure he'll make sure you all have access to that if you want to know more.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll try and share a photo of Navratri.
Well, you'll get from Dhanada and Anu pretty soon. I'm going to look you in together. You will get that. We are all one family at Healing Our Earth. I particularly like growing family very fast because there is simple ethos: love, peace, harmony, liberty, unity. Grow together. Someday we may need each other. If we don't, we still say global namaste because that's what we love saying. Sunil, you're a wonderful, not just a nephrologist, but you're a wonderful spiritual person. Thank you for your contribution. You've been there for right from the beginning with us, right till the end. And it wasn't only just medical information you were sharing, not just organ transplant information. You brought in other aspects as well. Sunil, we are very proud of you. You're part of Healing Our Earth, not just Saha now you are Saha and Healing Our Earth.
Great pleasure, Neilji. And yes, absolutely lovely to connect to all of you.
Thank you.
More excitement in the future. Yeah.
We love you all. It's fantastic. Anu and Dhanada. So keep on sharing more pictures. Let's bring in love. Let's make sure that next Saturday, Sunday, Texas rocks at Radha Krishna Temple, not just spiritually, but mentally, psychologically, physically, happily. Navratri wise, announce everything and remember, spread the word of Healing Our Earth and Global Namaste to every place over there. Dhanada, I think it's a time to maybe do a Gayatri mantra from you to close.
Yes. Let's do a Shanti mantra. Om Sahana Bhavatu. That'll be great.
Go ahead.
Inhale deep. Close your eyes and exhale. Embrace all the love, the unity, the peace. We are one earth and praying for healing. Om Sahana Bhavatu. Sahana Bhunaktu. Sahaviryam Karavavahai. Tejasvinavaditamastu. Ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Hari Om. Global Namaste.